chapter. It gives me immense pleasure to host your program today. Our keynote speaker for this morning is Dr. Naushad Forbes. Now, this is a family who started philanthropy years back. The late Darius Forbes has a tremendous vision to create an industrial company that would give back as much as it got. His two sons, Naushad and Farad, have taken the legacy forward, and now Farad and Rati's children have also entered the family business. I now request our Global Director, Virav Debu, to introduce Dr. Naushad Forbes.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Naushad Forbes. Naushad and his family own the Forbes Marshall Group of companies, if I may call it that. As Gulnar has said, they practice philanthropy and they have set up trusts long before CSR became mandatory in this country. Everyone talks about CSR, but this family has been practicing more than CSR long, long way back. For those of you who are from Pune, you must be knowing they have a small hospital attached to their Kasarwadi unit where they have been treating villagers and all the rural people almost free of cost. They put up a plant at Chakan, and the entire villages near Chakan have been adopted by Forbes Marshall. And I know because one of my friends, Preeti Kibe, is also spearheading that activity, and we talk a lot about it. They have actually gone to the grassroots level, especially to empower ladies living in rural areas, something that will resonate with what Armin is doing. The work they did in COVID times was absolutely phenomenal. I know I was there because I do a lot of work for them in their plant at that time, and so many of my workers got COVID, and the way Forbes Marshall treated them, no differentiation between any workers or any staff members. It was really phenomenal work they did. The list is endless. On a personal note, my company works very closely with Forbes Marshall since many years. Both my children started their careers with Forbes Marshall, and they are really the better off for it. I could go on and on, but I'll just officially introduce him now. So Naushad is the co-chairman of Forbes Marshall, India's leading process and energy efficiency company. He is chairman, Ananta Aspen Center, and Center of Technology, Innovation, and Economic Research. Forbes Marshall helps industry build and sustain highly efficient plants by reducing waste, optimizing process and energy efficiency, and complying with regulatory requirements. Forbes Marshall is consistently ranked as a great place to work and is a multinational with Indian roots. You ask any employee of Forbes Marshall, they don't want to leave, which is, I think, the benchmark that any company should have, and they've been consistently ranked in the 10 best places to work with. Naushad was an occasional teacher at Stanford University from 1987 to 2004, where he developed courses on technology in newly industrializing countries. He received his bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees all from Stanford University. Naushad is on the board of several educational institutions and public companies. He has long been an active member of the CII, and he was the president of CII for 2016-17. He is a founding member of Nayanta University, a full-service university opening in 2024, spearheaded by CII. Naushad's book, The Struggle and the Promise, Restoring India's Potential, was published by HarperCollins in 2022. Naushad is going to speak today on India's future in an uncertain world. Without much ado, it's my real pleasure once again to present Naushad Forbes to you.
Thank you very much, Virav. Thank you for the very kind introduction, and thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to be with you this morning. When Virav asked me, he said, "Give me a topic," and I said, "Okay, now let me think of a topic." So I picked a topic that was so broad that I could almost speak about anything once I figured out what I wanted to say. So that's where the title came from. And then as I started thinking about it, I said, well, maybe I should say actually something about India's future in an uncertain world. My background, which Viraf very kindly covered, talked a little bit about my role in CI. Both Farhad and I, my brother Farhad and I, have been very active in CI over many years, over 25 years. And it's our way of doing, in a sense, in a vague sort of way, CSR actually. Because Rati and Ria, who you met yesterday, are really the ones who do everything for CSR. Rati took on this role really wonderfully from my father, Darius. And one of the things that Farhad and I both were clear was that if we, between us, tried to do the same kind of thing, instead of helping someone, we'd probably end up killing them. So we thought it was best that we should focus our public efforts in a different direction. And the direction that we took was to be much more involved in public life through CI, actually. So this topic was also an opportunity to dream big and broad. And I hope you'll indulge me as I talk about this very broad topic for a little time, and then we'll have lots of time for discussion, I hope. So this is very much a personal view of where the world is, very briefly, because it's all things that we all know. Second, where India is in the world at the present time. And then third, given that, what can we hope for? And what can we do? And what can we do, if you like, at three levels? At the level of the world, of India and our own countries, and as individuals. So let me start with a very brief way in which I think one can look at the world. You're all very familiar with how uncertain the world is just now. A world coming out of once in a century, one hopes, once in a century pandemic, gets hit by a range of supply chain shocks. And then, just as you're starting to come out of that, we have now 2 wars underway in different parts of the world. Together with that, we have US-China tensions with a very strong message that the world and different countries have to choose between one camp or the other, whether they wish to choose or are willing to choose or not. And going with that too is a very significant retreat from what people would describe as a multilateral world, a world which was Western-led, particularly US-led since the Second World War, where several multilateral institutions sort of framed the rules under which all countries operated, whether it's the UN or the World Trade Organization or the World Bank, IMF, or the World Health Organization, or the climate accords that we saw in Paris, or indeed particular initiatives to try to integrate Iran, the JCPOA agreement earlier under the Obama administration, and a whole series of institutions that covered big and small things that sort of framed the rules under which countries should operate one with the other. We've seen a real retreat from that multilateral world. Some of it has been a reflection of the institutions themselves needing reform, but instead of reforming them, some of the key players who could have played a part in reforming them ended up jettisoning them. Clearly, Donald Trump in the US is one of the major culprits in this area. But if you look at what's happened since Biden took over from him, there's not been a very substantive return to a belief in multilateralism. If you look at what's happened with the World Trade Organization, for example, it's more or less where Donald Trump left it in 2020. We've seen this in other countries as well. We've seen this with Brexit. We've seen this in many countries in Europe that have elected leaders who are anti-migration and have big concerns about free trade. And with all of this, you then see also a return of industrial policy in more and more countries around the world, and more interventionist governments coming out of the pandemic. So that, I think, is the world that we currently live in, a world that has this uncertainty in it, driven by geopolitics in terms of wars, and driven by rules, in a sense, going missing. Against that, I think India is actually in decent shape as an economy. We've been one of the world's 10 best performing economies in the last 30 years, and everyone predicts that we'll be one of the 10 best performing economies in the next 30 years. The big question is, will we be one of the world's 10 best performing economies in the next 30 years, and at what rate of growth? Will it be at the 6-7% range, which looks reasonably sure, or could it be in the 8-9-10% range, which is what we are capable of, and which countries like China or South Korea or Taiwan or Japan before us were able to achieve, where they transformed themselves from relatively lower middle income countries, as we are now, into wealthy countries in a single generation. So we're in a sweet spot, and we're in a sweet spot partly because we've been, I'd say, moderately sensible in how we've handled things, but even more because many others in the world have been strikingly irresponsible in the way in which they spent during the pandemic, in the retreat from multilateralism that I mentioned earlier, and in not doing what's necessary to address climate change issues. There's a lot of pressure, as I mentioned, on the world to choose between China and the US. Thanks to what China's done, India is very clear that it will not choose the China camp, but it's an open question whether or not we will even want to publicly be associated as being part of a US camp. Better relations with the US, definitely, but not an ally. So our economic prospects are good going forward in India. As I said, the question is not whether we'll grow at 6 to 7% for the next 30 years, but whether we can do all those things that we need to grow at 8, 9, 10%, which we are capable of, but may not do all those necessary pieces for. So my big concern for India at the present point is actually not economic. It's much more social. My big concern is social cohesion, because I worry that as a country, can we really fulfill our great potential if we have 200 million disaffected citizens? That, to me, is the big concern, because it's not a small number. If we are, as Parsis, if we are disaffected, it doesn't matter. We are too small in the total picture. But if Muslims are disaffected, 200 million is a huge number, and that's much more of a concern. So what should we hope for? And this is at 3 levels, and I'll try to be relatively quick with each of them, and then we'll open it up for discussion and questions. So here's what I'm hoping for. I have very little hope that that we can look to the US and the UK to provide the kind of international leadership that they did provide in the decades after the Second World War. I have more hope that a group of like-minded countries that say they believe in a rules-based international order will actually come together and provide that kind of leadership. I very much hope that India would be part of that group, and I think we're positioning ourselves so that we would be part of that group. So what kind of group could that be? Say a group like India plus Japan plus Germany plus South Korea plus Singapore plus Indonesia, a range of countries that vary greatly in where they currently are in the world, vary by geography, vary by wealth, but broadly say they're committed to a rules-based international order, to a global world, to a world where free trade should actually dominate, and to a world where the movement of people should be encouraged. But saying one believes in a rules-based international order is different from practicing that one believes in a rules-based international order, because it needs then change in how we behave. For example, we've had a couple of WTO rulings that have gone against India, and whatever our views on whether those rulings were right or wrong, if you believe in a rules-based international order, if the ruling goes against one, you have to follow the ruling and not follow and ignore the ruling. So I think there are issues that we need to address. If we say rules-based international order, we need to define the rules collectively with this group of like-minded countries, and then maybe as a group of like-minded countries, voluntarily follow them. How do you bring them together? What do you need to do about them? That's beyond our salary levels in this room. But it's something that I think the world should try to look forward to, because in the absence of principled leadership from the countries that we're used to looking to it for, I think there's a need for a group that plays that role. The second is, what should we hope for in our individual countries? And here I'm speaking very much about India, but I'm also speaking about every country that we come from, whether it's the US or Canada or the UK or Singapore or Hong Kong or wherever. Hong Kong, different problem. It's the principles of being a liberal democracy. And it's important, it seems to me, to be clear in one's own head of what it means to be a liberal democracy. And it's not only democracy, it's a liberal democracy. Because that's a combination of electoral democracy and civil liberties. They both are important. So it's not only free and fair elections, it's free and fair elections together with the protection of a set of civil liberties. And some of those liberal principles that used to be talked about very clearly and pushed by many of the people that we were most inspired by are now, to some extent, not in retreat necessarily, but they're being diluted too much by people who should, I think, practice them and claim them. What are those principles? The first is the idea of progress. Now, the idea of progress sounds very simple. It's one of the key liberal beliefs and has been for the last 200 years. And the idea of progress, why is it so important? It's so important because it means that you believe that the past was not better, but the future will be, right? And that basic belief that what we're trying to do is to build a better world, but the better world doesn't look like the past world, and we're not trying to go back to some past glorious age when the US was better or our civilization was greater or whatever, and we're trying instead to progress. So the idea of progress is at the heart of liberal beliefs, and very important, it seems to me, for that reason, that you don't look to the past for your inspiration, you look instead to the future. A key element in looking to the future is a focus on education, which is a second key liberal belief. that if there is ever a case for state intervention, it's in the area of education. It's how do you, Vilu and I were talking just before, how do you build talent and a flow of talent that will flow into the wider economy and polity with as rich a base as possible. And this belief in education then also corresponds to another liberal belief, which is that progress depends on people and what they do. It does not depend on fate, and it does not depend on someone who's making all the things in the world happen. And this, again, belief that it's individuals and people who collectively decide their own destiny is, it seems to be, another key liberal belief. Going with that, very much these are all related, is a belief in individual rights being much more important than collective rights. So you believe in individuals as the base for progress and as the base for organizing societies, and not as much in these are, okay, never mind what happens to individuals, these are common, this is our common destiny, because the moment you go down the common destiny role, the question is who decides that common destiny. And when the who decides question is usually answered that there's some strong leader who then is supposed to decide one's common destiny. And that's very anti-liberal. That's very much against the basic principles of believing in individual rights and individuals being at the heart of progress. In individual rights, one last comment on that. Many of you would have read in college the British philosopher from the 19th century, John Stuart Mill, has this wonderful little book called On Liberty, which I think is one of the great books of all time. It's a tough book to read, but it's worth reading, even though it's a little book. But the basic argument there is, his basic argument is the harm principle, that as long as you're not causing harm to anyone else, as long as what an individual is doing is not interfering with the liberty of anyone else, what you do should be permitted. In other words, the test of when a state intervenes is that the state should only intervene in restricting what an individual does when it would otherwise cause harm to someone else. So that freedom to not be interfered with is at the heart of individual rights. Third and finally, what can we do as individuals? And the key thing we can do is to vote. And this year, in 2024, over half the world's population is going to have the opportunity to vote. Over 4 billion people will vote. 1/3 of that 4 billion is in India. But 4 billion population that's going to vote. But the US, the UK, Mexico, Indonesia, Singapore, all are going to have elections this year. Many other places. And what are the principles that I think one should vote for? And I'm not here suggesting how you should vote. I'm only saying how I intend to approach the question. That I would vote for the best package deal that is on offer. I'm not looking for perfection in my potential leaders. I'm looking for instead a package deal that offers the best balance between the rule of law and the rule of law applying equally to everyone in the country. Second, a focus on individual rights and not suppressing individual rights in some wider community interest. Third, a belief in education and what needs to be done with education as a basis for national development. And last, that to whatever extent possible, espouses a diffused and decentralized power. Because in a sense, that's what's an essential element of really the individual thriving. So now, a final comment, and then we'll open it up. You know, I'm very aware that this is the World Zarathustra Chamber of Commerce. So we're all interested in business, and I've not mentioned business. So I wanted to close with just a comment about what the connection is between business and these broader issues. As many have argued, I'm not alone in this at all, I think business thrives in a liberal democratic world. That's what enables us to do what we can do well. So a world where we can move freely, a world where we can attract talent from wherever based on who we wish to attract, a world where we can trade with anyone that we wish to trade with the minimum of restrictions, a world where instead of special individuals and companies getting benefits, those benefits are available to everyone and there's a level playing field, and a world where there are international rules that decide what's right and how things could go forward. Those principles have been around for decades, and those are the principles that has delivered progress and made the world much richer and healthier and so on. And by the way, much less violent, much more peaceful. You know, when you think of it, sometimes you think about the world and you say there's so much strife in the world. But you know, if you look at the numbers will tell you that decade on decade, the number of people dying violent deaths has consistently dropped for pretty well the last 500 years. That's maybe the most basic statement of progress of human society. And that's the world that all of us can then thrive in. So, very broad, hopefully not too heavy for the morning, but over to all of you for comments, questions now. Thanks.
Good morning, Naushad. Thanks for a broad overview. Um, while in India, you see a lot of infrastructure development and a lot of change. What do you think is the biggest, at least the way I see it, all of this is great, but all of the other stuff that's happening in the social fabric of the country is disturbing. Do you think that something, a flash in the pan on the social side of things, could disrupt all of this in the years to come?
So it's the big worry, right? I don't know no one knows if that's what will end up happening, but I do feel that we should not risk it. And I think that, no one, not the most diehard Hindutva believer, wants to see social strife, right? But the actions we are taking increases the risk of it. Will that get to the point where it actually leads to large-scale social strife? I don't think so. I don't think in the near future at least. But could it unleash forces that we will later find very difficult to control? That's what I worry about. Can some of these be reversed? Perhaps. But unfortunately, some, I think, can develop momentum of their own. So, as I say, it's my one big worry. I'm not concerned about our economic future. I think it's a 6-7% versus 8-9-10% growth rate. I worry about the social cohesion. As if I had to bet on make a prediction, I would say we will continue to see greater stresses, but probably not with it tipping over into anything really ugly. But we'll have incidents here and there, and maybe those incidents will grow in frequency without it reaching that point. And we'll probably have greater differentiation between states in what we see happen. Some states will do better and some states will do less well. But that would be my comment. Yeah.
The thesis in operation seems to be that actually there is a direction towards radical cohesion, and that looks to be the kind of direction things are apparently looking to move in. So isn't that going to be emerging from the fact that the larger majority requires a certain element of protection and is under the belief that this radical cohesion will give them protection, versus the minority which will really not be able to do, just make a little bit of international noise around it? But that's how the economic movement will look like.
So, the impulse towards cohesion is okay, right? The problem is if the cohesion, the majority cohesion leads to sort of minority, and I'm not talking again about minority as in us, I'm talking about minority as in 200 million, isolation. And to what extent does that isolation stay as disaffection and the disaffection tip over into something worse? And I think that's the bit we shouldn't risk. So the cohesion bit is actually fine. And I would argue that when I've talked to friends who are big supporters of everything that's, mostly everything that's currently underway, they agree that as a country we would be better served if the 200 million are with us in the broader progress that we're trying to make. So I think talking in those terms and saying that, listen, let's make sure that we don't have 200 million who are disaffected, but 200 million who also join in the progress of the rest of the country. You don't have to believe in and support and everything else. You just have to say, participate in. Yeah.
So I've been noting down some few words what you've been saying. So you talked about individual freedom. Individuals should be who they are, and and at the same time you're talking about cohesion of the group. I totally disagree with that cohesion because it's leading to more further disenchantment of the minority groups. I mean, there's also the Christian group, there's also the other groups, and so this, I don't think that cohesion is working at all. In fact, it's even further dripping down into very negative acts. I mean, you have neighbors who are, want to group together against, you don't want to allow so and so in your building, and so that I don't believe in that kind, but I believe in that individual freedom. And I think if we are looking at 4 billion going to vote, and there is a large swath of people who don't believe in any of these leaders of those nations, and they are protesting on the streets against the wars, what if that electorate comes together in some format through the social media and changes the cycle of this, the world, and from, protectionism and cohesions and building of groups and throwing out the migrants. At the end of the day, we Parsis were migrants here.
Totally.
And we contributed enormously to this economy.
Yeah.
So I think, how about looking at for a change in a very massive way, where individual freedom worldwide of all the 4 billion going to vote comes into play through social media. So some dramatic changes have to happen even in India, I think, before we go ahead. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, the social media and technology, current technologies do provide that base for very networked, widespread organization in a sense, which never existed earlier. Otherwise, the only way in which you could organize is you needed a leader, you needed someone who would make things, bring people together and make the right things happen. So I think there is that opportunity. How it happens and all, I have no idea. I think we should just exercise our vote this year and encourage people around us to exercise their votes in a way that does focus on individual rights and so on. The point that you make about where we are as a country, I take great comfort in how diverse we are, because regardless of attempts to build that common interest group, I mean, you just have to look around the states in the country and you see lots and lots of diversity, and that diversity is only very powerful, and we should keep encouraging it and seeing it as a strength in the long run, because what people in Tamil Nadu want is very different to what people in Maharashtra want, which is very different to what people in Haryana want. So I think we should take great confidence in that.
Hi, Naushad, that was a fascinating talk. My name is Farouk Mistry, and I'm based in the United States, but through Dinsha, who you know, I know something about Indian politics. And here's the question for you. In the United States, the division is extreme, but there's the difference between the two is marginal. There's 50-50.
Yes.
In India, there is no opposition. To what extent is it important for India to have an opposition? Because the way I see it, in the Constitution, it says that you only have an opposition if there's some 5% or 10% of the seats. And right now, there is no opposition. So when Parliament was open, there was only one party that was there, and the rest of the people were outside, given 3 minutes, 10 minutes to say what it is. So to what extent do you think it is important to have an opposition in a liberal democracy that you have talked about?
It's essential to have an opposition in a liberal democracy. And we've been, if we've been somewhat poorly served by the government in terms of social cohesion, we've been terribly served in terms of our opposition, in terms of their own competence in being able to really provide a viable, attractive alternative. I mean, the entire focus of the opposition, this is not only true in India, I think it's true elsewhere too. One has to have a positive platform. Why should you vote for the person? If you only focus on why you should not vote for the other person, that to me is a much less compelling argument. So having an opposition that provides a positive message that says, here's why we should vote for them, is essential. It's essential in every democracy. It's too little heard.
So in essence, what you're suggesting is that the activists band together to be the opposition
Sure, exactly.
to keep the government honest.
Exactly. Now, just one comment in terms of the percentages, right? In the 2019 election, right, the BJP got 37% of the vote, right? That means that opposition parties got 63%, right? So it's very substantial, yeah? It's just that it's fragmented and not effectively led, yeah? And whatever the predictions are for the election this year, I don't think anyone, not even the BJP, is predicting that they will get over 50% of the vote. So it's, you know, it's the first past the post system that ends up delivering a skewed seat share against a smaller but largest single vote share group. So that's what requires then a more effective opposition to provide a positive alternative. Having said all of this, I mean, you know, I'm anti the social policies of the BJP, right? I'm not anti the BJP. I'm not anti the economic policies. I think broadly the economic policies have been okay. Yeah, so I mean, you know, I can identify ways they could have been still better, but I think broadly they've been okay. So that's the, you know, I think if we focus on issues and focus on things that we like and say what we like and say what we don't like, that's a good idea. So, by the way, in the US, I would only encourage anytime you have an interaction with the Democratic Party in the US, encourage them the same thing, to offer a positive alternative. There should be a reason why one wants to vote for the Democrats that is different from saying keep Trump out. Yeah, there should be a positive message and a positive argument for what one is voting for. The same, by the way, in the UK, huh? Yeah, so. Yeah.
Naushad, my question is about the government under Modi for business success. Because when we set up a factory in Valsad, there was so much corruption. And when he became the chief minister in Gujarat, he virtually eliminated the corruption, and we found it much easier to do business when he was the chief minister. So my question is that if he continues as the prime minister, do you think the business will be favorable? The things that the business do will help business?
So I think he had greater effect on the wider environment for business as chief minister in the state because of his ability to deliver on the ground. It's difficult for any one individual to deliver on the ground in India in a state greater scope. The only way you can deliver on the ground in India, it seems to me, is if you rely on wider institutions to between them function and set the rules under which we all operate. And that's where I think there's a difference in track that I would advocate. I would advocate a much more decentralized, much less, do it this way approach to national schemes and programs as being more productive for us in India. What you mentioned about corruption in the state of Gujarat it's not only your experience, it's the experience of many others who set up plants in Gujarat when Modi was the chief minister. My understanding is that after he moved on from being chief minister in Gujarat, corruption has returned to Gujarat. And so it was the man made a difference, but the man can make a bigger difference in a state than at the national level in a country that's as complex and diverse as us, is what I would argue. And I think relying on more, I think there's too much that sort of is being projected as it's all dependent on him. It can't be in India. We're too big and complex and messy a place. Yeah. Yeah.
So now, sir, then given the constitutional structure that we have, what I hear you saying is that there is no hope because there is no one Superman.
No, I didn't. But I do not at all. I don't think we should be looking for a Superman. I don't think any country should be. I think it is highly dangerous in any society to look for a Superman. look for institutions to govern. Look for individuals who help institutions function. You know, the question that was made about the need for an opposition. You know, our first prime minister, who gets a lot of stick these days. So our first prime minister was a great believer in institutions. He had no opposition. I mean, in pretty well his entire period in office, there was no opposition that was a serious challenge to him. But he believed in institutions, and he was respectful, with exceptions, but he was broadly respectful of institutions and their independence, and he made them as a result of his belief in those independent institutions, whether it's institutions of science or institutions of education or institutions of or the Electoral Commission or the Supreme Court or whatever. He made them. I have great disagreement with Nehru on his economic policies, but on almost everything else I have great regard for how he approached institution building. So it's possible, and that sets a country on, you know, if you ask the question, why is India today a democracy and Pakistan not? What was different at the time of independence? We were the same people. We came from the same source and institutions. It was the choices that our political leaders of the time made that were different in the 40s and the late 40s and the 50s. And that made the difference to the long-term trajectories of both countries, no?
That was a very interesting session, and many of the questions have been focusing on the internal fabric. My question to you would rather focus on the external issues, particularly the current geopolitical situation pursuant to the Russia-Ukraine crisis. Now, what the situation which is emanated is China has gotten very close to Russia. At the same time, the US and the Europe have their differences with Russia. Would you consider the foreign policy of India as a success? And what is it that we can do better, considering the geopolitical situation which is developing?
So I think we've done broadly quite okay on foreign policy. I mean, you can disagree on individual calls. For both Russia, Ukraine, and Israel, Hamas, we've tried to steer a kind of balanced line and not be in either camp. I think that's broadly right. Yeah. Having said that, I think we could still be more principled in some individual calls, in some individual votes in the UN, etc. So votes condemning Russia, I think, okay, we abstain, okay. Votes condemning the loss of life in Ukraine, we should vote in favor. So we can play, in a sense, maybe it sounds more confused, but I think we can play according to a set of principles. And the same, you know, we can condemn the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel and also condemn the loss of life in the Gaza Strip as a result of the Israeli invasion. It's possible to do both. So that's what I would say, but those are, if you ask me, those are tweaks of what our policy is. Broadly, I think it's been okay. What could we do more, which I think significantly more? I think our foreign policy today is a bit too focused on the West. Whatever we may say about Act East and so on, we don't. That doesn't engage us. I'm not saying we're doing the wrong things there. We're not doing enough there. And we're not enough engaged in trying to build closer relationships with Indonesia and Vietnam and Japan and South Korea. We have no issues with those countries, and we should use that no-issue basis to build a stronger, closer relationship, including a trading relationship. I think we're too focused on relations with the US. I have no problem with spending time on it, but we shouldn't be so see that as being so central to our foreign policy. That would be my one, if you like, significant comment on how I see our foreign policy. But broadly, I think it's actually okay. Yeah.
Should we? Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you, Naushad. I think I want to steer a bit away from the politics for a second.
Good.
Since yeah, since we're a
My
Chamber
own
of
fault.
Commerce, and my question to you is that as the president of CII, right, you've seen a host of businesses, you've interacted with many thousands of entrepreneurs. And as a young Zoroastrian in India, or even globally, at least we can say for India, and then you can tell us for abroad, what would be the top 3 businesses that we should enter into over the next decade or so, given this volatile environment that we're in? So, for the ones who are starting off in their startup businesses, they can focus there and then, ride that tide of high, seas. So that's my question. Thank you.
So I'll give you, Johan, a very untechnical answer, largely because I don't understand the current technology waves or make any claim to understand the current technology waves to be able to say these are the technologies that one should really engage with. I'll give you, my view would be principles that I think were good principles for business years back and are good principles for us today as well. First, these are, by the way, the principles that we will try and follow in our own organization, all along. First, my father always had the view that you should never do anything that keeps you awake in the night, right? So, you should be able to sleep well. And if you should be able to sleep well, that means following principles of integrity in business and principles of actually doing the right thing. Because if you don't, then you won't sleep well in the night because you never know when that knock on the door is going to come. So it's a good idea, it seems to me, always. And it's always been a good idea, and it continues to always to be a good idea. Second is, do things that do not depend on the government for your success. We've, as a company, stayed far away from certain sectors. We've stayed far away from the power sector, from the telecom sector, and so on. And we much prefer B2B businesses. We only do B2B businesses, and when we've had people come to us with opportunities in consumer space, we've said no, because we don't understand the consumer space, we understand B2B space. And second, when we've had people come to us for things that are related to infrastructure, we've said no, because we don't want to do something which relies on the government for our own success. And this is not something to do with the current government, it was the previous government, the government before that, and so on. Right? So I would say the second principle is that the source of success of one's business should be what one is doing for one's customers, and that one's customers see a differentiated, attractive offering. It's a base principle, it seems to me. It should not be based on capturing a license, getting some special permission for doing X, Y, Z. I think that would be the second, right? That it should be a true differentiated offering where one is adding value to one's customers and one understands those customers. The third, I would say, is people, right? That, most companies say that people are their greatest asset. They do say that, but most companies don't practice it. So what does it mean to practice it? It means trying to attract the best possible people you can in whatever position you're in. That means being as diverse in one's hiring as possible. So, when Viraf introduced us, he said, what we've done. For example, we're trying to be much more inclusive in our hiring practices these days. For years, we've been saying, we need more women in the company, etc. But we weren't doing it. We finally just said, listen, where do most of our people come from? They tend to come from the graduate trainee engineers we hire. So we've said, now look, let's ensure that roughly half of our graduate trainee engineers are women. Finally, this year, we more or less there, right? So we can hope if we do this now for the next 10 years, then we'll have more and more women entering management, etc., because almost all our managers are homegrown. So it will flow through. But then, why is this an attraction? It's an attraction because it means we're recruiting from 1.4 billion people in India instead of recruiting from 700 million. I mean, it's as simple as that. So we simply are fishing in a much larger pond, and if we're fishing in a much larger pond, we will get much better product as a result. So I think talent, as diverse as possible, is a very good idea, and then invest in it. Train it, encourage it, invest in it. I think that people piece, at the end of the day, regardless of what business one's in, if one has good people, that's the single enduring source of strength. So those would be principles. They've got nothing to do with current technology.
Last two questions, please.
Yeah.
Is there some guidance you can give us to the Chamber of Commerce as to what we should engage in more?
You know, I don't know enough to be able to say much that's going to be useful. The one comment I'd make is that, you know, one of the key principles of us as Zoroastrians is trust. I mean, my favorite example of trust is that the highest premium a used car can carry in India is single passy owner. And there's a reason why. I mean, it's because people trust us as a community. That's a huge strength. What does that mean for a chamber? Well, for a chamber, it means that we can deal internationally with people based around the world on the basis of trust. And what people have shown is that when you have high trust societies tend to be much more efficient economically than low trust societies. Because low trust societies need contracts for everything. You need contracts, and then you need, sorry Rashna, you need lawyers. And nothing wrong with that, right? But you want to limit the number of contracts that you need to focus on and draw on. And if you believe in each other and you have trust in each other, that's a basis for much more efficient, speedier cooperation and moving ahead. How do we build that into what we do in the WZCC? That maybe is a way of thinking about it, that how do we enable that basic trust that we have of each other to do more together and to encourage more to do more elsewhere with people who we might know in different places. That's the one thought that I have.
This is a very interesting subject going on from people from America and India and everywhere, and absolutely interesting because this is the first time I'm seeing we are speaking so openly about things that are not just business concentric but just something that will affect the global thing. A few things come to mind. Change, which we are going through in this age of Aquarius, always is going to be a bit revolutionary and going to be different for people. Some people will definitely not like it. What I'm coming back to is that in the past, governments, with India being a 80% Hindu-concentric religion and community, the past governments that have supported the 200 million we talk about at the cost of the majority, so somewhere or the other it has been an unfair deal. You know, like the governments in the past have given the permission to the Christians and the Muslim that the collection they do in their temples are tax-free, but while the Hindu temples are not. So somewhere down the track it was going to come along, and if we have a strong leader in Modi today who is trying to balance the deal and tell people that this is the fair thing, this is a spade, this is the shovel, people are going to be a little bit upset, those who are going to lose out. So as they say in the Luthians and all that, they are not really happy. Coming back to what Americans were talking about, Trump, for example, was one of the only presidents in the last 60 years who did not take America to a war. While Barack Obama, in his 8 years, waged 8 wars on Muslim countries. People are probably aware of it, but they are not really wanting to highlight the thing across. Another thing, coming to the charities from the Christians and the Muslims, huge amounts of funds have been transferred into India for anti-social activities. Like, we are aware of it, like from people from George Soros and the Middle East and other things. Now the country, now with the Modi government probably coming in the first term and trying to stop that, has of course created a lot of friction amongst people who were benefiting from those fundings. So of course you're going to have these things happen along. Coming back to the Australia, I'm from Australia, and we are seeing a lot of collaboration between Australia and India, especially in the defense sectors. So they have had joint exercises now from the Air Force and also from the navies for the last few years, along with the American NZEX and all that. So the ANZUS Treaty, which America and New Zealand share, and Australia, and they are inviting India now to, and it might be a thing, as somebody said, Russia and China are going ahead, and that might be a crucial thing for India in the long run, because that's probably also happening because of the non-controversial stand India took about Ukraine and the Gaza strips and all that. But right now, the Zoroastrian community globally needs to focus on the big change that is happening in the world, especially AI and a lot of things. What was very good for our forefathers or 20 years back has completely gone out of the window. So you cannot even rely, okay, we were doing this for 40 years and it was successful, and that might take us into the next 20 years. I don't know. I mean, there was a little bit of a talk on this. What is your question? My question is that we need to have a big change, and we should be ready for the change, whatever is happening. So that's what we need to, and you cannot today isolate yourself and say, I'm in India and things happening across the world is not going to affect you, because it is affecting everybody everywhere.
So, absolutely, we should be concerned with the changes that are happening in the world. Let me go in reverse order. So first, in terms of what artificial intelligence and so on, absolutely we should understand it. We should see how it can benefit our organizations. My concern would be, don't get carried away by the technology as technology. Look at what the technology can actually do for one's business. So if it actually enables and does something that improves what one can do for one's customers, enables one to do it more efficiently, it's worth it. It's not worth it in itself. So think about it as being a tool that is available to us, and not more than that. I don't see it as this huge thing that's going to transform the world, honestly. It might have a major economic impact, but it will have as much of an economic impact as we make effective use of it in our firms and in startups that move faster with it than maybe legacy firms do. So we should embrace technology, but we should embrace technology for what it does for us, and not for it in itself. Second, in terms of the political points, I think the general view, my concerns about Trump, for example, to me, his unwillingness to accept an election result is just shocking, right? That says, how can you have a leader who does not accept the result of an election and the result of an election and the same earlier election that put you there? So I think the person, that to me was just shameful and shocking. And what he did, taking the US out of the Paris Accord, taking the US out of the JCPOA, these are, you may disagree with some of these, but if as a country you've committed to them, to then walk away and say, I don't care what we've committed in the past, to me again makes the person an unacceptable leader. In terms of our own country, by the way, I should say that I should have included Australia and New Zealand in that list of like-minded countries, because very much a part of that same sensible rules-based international order group, with, again, lots of strife within the country and so on, but broadly in those principles. If we come back lastly to our own country, equal treatment for all is a very good principle. And if you follow that principle of equal treatment for all and then remove particular benefits that any community gets, that's fine with me. That is a very good principle to follow, because it's equal treatment for all, right? We've approached, we define in India, we define secularism in a very interesting way, differently to the rest of the world. Secularism in the rest of the world is a separation of church and state. It's a separation of religion from state. Secularism in India is all religions need to be included. So it's not no religion, it's all religions. It's a basic difference in how we seem to define secularism in our country. It's okay, right? All religions, then all religions. And we need to talk about all religions with equal positivity, with equal rights, and with equal principles that are available to them, without any special privileges that go with the religion. That principle I'm very happy to go with. And it's a principle that is part of the agenda, but I think the current agenda goes beyond that. And the beyond that it goes, I have problems with. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naushad, for sharing your views, your thoughts with us. That was really a wonderful speech. I would like to call upon our committee member, Pune chapter, Hutoxi Dadachanji, to felicitate our keynote speaker, Dr. Naushad Forbes. Okay, now it's time for a tea break. We will resume back in 10 minutes. Thank you. It's now time for us to listen to our guest from Iran, IZYN. I request our Global Director, Viraf Debu, to introduce them. Over to you.
Farooq will introduce them. I just wanted to say, as I did that day, that this is the first conclave where we have invited 5 youth from Iran at no cost to them except their airfare. And the main intention being is to integrate them back into the mainstream. They have been isolated, they feel fragmented, and through the efforts of Farooq, Edel, Behram and Mehran and so many others, we managed to do this. They've got their visas, they spent on the FF, they are our guests for these 4 days. And I would now request Farooq to take you through their journey a little bit and exactly what we in WZCC want to do for them in the future. Farooq.
Thank you. Thank you, Viraf. Thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the members of the Iranian Zoroastrian Youth Network. Yesterday, I introduced each of them, gave them your name and what they were interested in. They stood up. Today, I'm going to let them tell their own story. So it is my pleasure now to invite Aritsu, who's going to introduce IZYN. Then each person will say a little bit about themselves. We will then summarize as to how it all comes together. And then we will be able to chit-chat and move forward. So with that, Aritsu.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for us to introduce our team to you today. I'm Arzu from Iranian Zoroastrian Youth Network, representing Yazd. I thank from WZCC that gave this opportunity to us to present ourselves. We all may know about WZCC mission, that is offering a chance for individuals aspiring to generate intellectual, economic, and social benefits beyond limited resources, and benefiting both the Zarathushtri community and others. Aligned with this mission, we have crafted the mission for IZYN. We have 4 main goals. First one is identifying Zoroastrian entrepreneurs in Iran. 2, introducing Iranian Zoroastrian entrepreneurs to the WZCC members. 3, connect the students to faculty networks and identify the academic opportunities. And 4, increasing the participation of Iranian Zarathushtri youth in the global Zoroastrian community. Let's take a step back and take a look at IZYN profile. IZYN has been formed since September 2023, consisting of 7 diligent young Zoroastrians that all have same values in entrepreneurship and contribution to WZCC. As you can see, Farokh and Siavash as the coordinators. We have 6 members: Pedram, Roxana, Radman, Siavash, and Shiva, Parisa, Arzu. And we also have mentors: Farokh, Janet, Adul, Karishma, and Mehran. So now I invite Roxana to introduce herself and interests.
Hello everyone, I'm Roxana, 30 years old. I studied industrial engineering, bachelor and master, with 6-year experience in various industry and a background of a startup ecosystem. I discovered my interest in business development, and now I'm working as a business developer in Phoenix Startup Studio. Additionally, I actively participate in organizing cultural, religious, and social ceremony with the Zoroastrian Association of Yazd and Mantra Association. I'm here to introduce 2 projects that I'm involved. One of them is Rainak, which aim to decrease the immigration rate and increase the Zoroastrian population by finding international job position, and Barazman, which aim to preserve culture and history of Zoroastrian by producing film documentary. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm happy to be here. I'm Radman Khorshidian. Oh, that's another one, but I explained myself. I'm happy to be here. I can describe my life in 4 main stages. First one, I have some social activity in Iran as a Zoroastrian student. And so after that, I realized that I need to study in management, and I study my education in management. After that, I become a futurist in Italy, and I study future studies because I realized that the main problem for organization is the future. After this process, when I come back in Iran, I become a futurist entrepreneur that establish startups and businesses that are future oriented. Some of them are concentrated on psychological aspect, like Grossman, and some of them about the future, about the technology. Bravin is about the computer vision, and I will explain the Rhinog in next Tiger Den program. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pedram. I was born in 1996 in Yazd in a Zoroastrian family. I got my bachelor degree in biomedical engineering, and after that I started my work as a volunteer person in Zoroastrian Students Association, and I got my master in business administration. I started my work as SEO expert and web designer. But to cut the story short, I think we, as youngster generation, we should preserve our religion. So with my friends, I've decided to develop an app and super app which calls Six Fingers. It has many features, like you can add your loved one birthday, it has age calculation, you can add notes, and also it includes a Zoroastrian calendar, so everyone in every place can have access to Zoroastrian calendar. And I think we should preserve our religion by this. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm so excited to be here. My name is Parisa Furdian. I started to study software engineering in 2016, and during that moment I was a member of Zoroastrian Student Association, and because of my passion I was a game designer at that moment at a community of Zoroastrian volunteer. After getting my bachelor degree, I worked as a front-end developer and software designer in 2 companies. One of them, which is so important for me, is Polgozar. Polgozar is a Zoroastrian non-profit Daramer, which I was working there. And during the last 2 years, I was so passionate to learn marketing, and because of that, I was worked as a SEO specialist as one of the Zoroastrian startup. Nowadays, I'm so interested in being entrepreneur, and because of that, in the 2023, I participated in a startup weekend event, which was a Zoroastrian Startup Association, and our idea and our group got the 3rd place at that event. I am here to explain my idea, which most of you know it. I want to establish a Parsi restaurant at Yazd, and I'm here to get some advices or support from you. Thank you.
Two of IZYN members weren't able to attend the conclave, so I introduced them. One of them is Siavash, who's currently pursuing PhD in industrial engineering. And the other one is Shiva, who's also trying to master in industrial engineering at University of Oklahoma. And they try to work on sustainable development in Yazd with considering the farming and water factors. And Shiva also focuses on tourist industries to improve the rural areas in Yazd. Well, I begin with a brief introduction. Before sharing my story, I graduated in mechanical engineering, and I am currently pursuing an MBA and working as a business analyst in a management consulting firm. Preserving the Zoroastrian heritage in Iran has become a significant mission in my life, rooted in my childhood experiences. Growing up in Zoroastrian elementary school in Tehran, I was captivated by its magnificent architecture. In 2010, I moved to Yazd, actively participating in Zoroastrian ceremonies to deepen my understanding of our rituals and customs. Continuing my studies in mechanical engineering in Tehran, I gained valuable experiences in an industrial environment, fostering a strong desire to launch my own business. Driven by this passion, I pursued an MBA to acquire management knowledge. During a semester, a course on authentic leadership introduced me to the concept of return to authenticity. This became a turn point for me, prompting me to reconnect with my real roots, my Iranian heritage, and Zoroastrianism. To create social impact, I joined an NGO focused on sustainable development in rural areas. At the same time, I became a board member of Farvahar, one of Zoroastrian association in Tehran, engaging in cultural activities. These experiences allowed me to connect with people who embody valuable paradigms, emphasizing on the role of being a giver. With a broader perspective, I realized the gradual disappearance of historical Zoroastrian sites. It was then that my goal became clear: preparing architectural heritage of of old houses in Yazd in sustainable manner. Finally, mapping the interests of each member on three values of WZCC reveals shared areas between these circles. These connections foster cohesion, creating unified and comprehensive vision. I invite Farouk to continue the conversation and closing the statement.
It is my pleasure to demonstrate the synergy between the WZCC and the IZYN. Just one second. Okay. The mission of the WZCC is to provide an opportunity for all who are interested in creating intellectual, economic, and social value and maximizing the nexus between the three to foster sustainable development for the good of the Zoroastrian and other communities. So in this slide, what we have attempted to do is to relate show the synergism between intellectual, economic, and social values to the three components of the WZCC ecosystem that you will hear about later today. One, facilitate educating WZCC professionals through webinars, courses, and workshops. Two, facilitate mentoring of entrepreneurially minded Zartustis, not all Zartustis, just entrepreneurially minded Zartustis, focusing on knowledge and skill building. Three, empower entrepreneurs through mentoring of leadership and financing of the enterprise. These are three elements of the WZCC ecosystem. The IZYN ecosystem maps in the following way: form a learning community, participate in global activities organized by the WZCC and Zoroastrian communities, being a bridge between the global Zoroastrian communities and Zoroastrians in Iran, and encourage other youth to increase their collaboration, and integrate Iranian Zoroastrian entrepreneurs with WZCC network to maximize the nexus between these three values. One of the things that we have done, which led to the team being here, is that Idil, Mehran, Karishma, Janet, and I offered a course titled on preparing, on becoming Zoroastrian entrepreneurs in Iran. And that involved putting together using a business model canvas, creating a pitch deck, and then coming up with a value proposition. When we go back to the United States and to Iran, we will continue the process in terms of coming up with a value proposition and a business plan. So with that, thank you all very much. I believe we are on time. And I invite my colleagues here to the floor so you can ask them and chat with them and ask them whatever you'd like to do. Please. Go ahead.
Any questions?
None of them are in the States. All of them are in Iran. Only two of them who are not here are in the United States. And the reason they are not here is because they are working on a PhD and a master's with me. So I kept them there to work.
The universities in Iran are making such good students out of you all, you know. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, it's pleasure having you all. Sorry, it's pleasure having you all over here in Pune. I hope you are enjoying your stay. My simple question to you is, what is the status of our Zoroastrian religion in Iran at present, vis-a-vis the government and the people in Iran? I mean, condition-wise and all that. Shortly.
Okay, that's a complicated question, but I'm trying to answer that. I conduct some survey about the Zoroastrian in Iran and population of Zoroastrian in Iran because I think about the future of this community in Iran. So what I want to say that Zoroastrian have some Iranian Zoroastrian have a lot of wealth in Iran, a lot of real estate in Iran, but maybe some help, some connection between Parsis and Zoroastrian in Iran that have a long history help to pass this situation better in Iran. And yes, that's it. I think that's it.
Hello.
One second.
I'm Brucey Dalal from London. I'm very pleased to see you over here and meet you. That's great. I know Iran quite well. I've been there many times. But the way you're talking about, you had all these degrees and what have you. You speak good, fluent English. That's good. But you give me the impression that everything is honky-dory, pardon my term, in Iran. And everything is so superb and normal and fine. It rather surprises me. I'm pleased to note that there is a good relationship being built between India and Iran, including that of travel. I don't know that frees up the monetary movement, that means the financial side of it. But perhaps you can explain to me, because our impression is that your population of Zoroastrians is fast decreasing. That creates a problem. The way you talk about it, education is so available to everybody, and perhaps you can give us that sort of a background to be able to appreciate what the conditions are and what is it that you're particularly looking at, because it's not a straightforward help. What is the way of going around these problems? Perhaps you can explain that more to be able to understand what is really required.
If it is possible, I ask Farooq to answer this question.
That's a great question. What are the problems in Iran? What is happening? How will you do it? That's not what we're here for. We are here to look to the future. just like he talked about, not the past. What is it that we can do now to move forward with these 6 people, these 7 people? Forget about their connection, where they are, how they are. They are global citizens. They all have degrees. They all speak in English. They are phenomenal in terms of putting together PowerPoints and all this sort of stuff. Let's forget the past. Let's see what it is that we can do to move forward in a positive way.
So I want, so I have, first of all, I think it's wonderful that you're here, and anything that we can do to build those connections would be something that would be very important to many of us. When I was president of CI, we took 2 delegations to Iran. That was in the brief period when sanctions were partially lifted. And we opened actually a CI office in Tehran as a way of trying to bridge bring about greater connections between Indian industry in general and Iran, and raise the presence of Indian industry there. Then the sanctions came back as soon as Trump came in and walked out of the JCPOA. So anything we can do that would actually enable that connection, we would be very supportive of doing. My experience from people that I've met in Iran is that there's a huge richness of human capital. The education system, has somehow, regardless of all the challenges, survived, and still, really we have great talent coming out of the system there. How do we draw on it? Is it through remote work? Is it through arrangements of people coming to India? Is it, the legacy that you presented with the really nice buildings in Yazd? Is there an opportunity? I mean, tourism is there's huge tourism potential in Iran, but that's going to require some things to enable more visitors to go there. But how can we help you with trying to get many of these things to happen?
This small little group has put together and will be putting together a proposal titled Yazd.
I saw.
Okay. It is in that context is that people can operate. For example, I'm a professor. I have no interest in business. I have no expertise in business. I'm going to work with them in that. My friend Eder is phenomenal with that. He's going to work in terms of saying, okay, they put this together, now let's go and sell it and make it happen. The reason I asked for your card was to come along and say, aha, are you doing business in Dubai? For example, can you hire one of them to be your consultant? Would you like to advise them remotely to make it happen? The important thing is to keep it small, under the radar, not hassle, not go tom-tomming what you're doing. Okay. These are the things that we wish to explore.
So we have a company in Dubai. We would be very happy to do so. So you tell us what skills, and we'll figure out how to use them.
So I will follow up with you. That's why I took your card this morning.
Yeah.
Hi. So I'm really happy to see all of you here, because at most events that happen in the West, for political reasons, Iranians don't come. My question to you is that, when Naushad spoke earlier today, he spoke about the trust factor and how, people in India trust us more because we are Zoroastrians. Is that also the case for Zoroastrians in Iran? I mean, do you see that as when you're going for a job, when you're going for business, is that element still there?
Actually, yes. Nowadays, Muslims really respect us because of our honesty, trustworthy, and I think actually it's a big factor, even for when they are selecting us for job opportunities and all things, because they trust us because of our values. They know that.
So I guess the religious values are universal.
Yeah.
Whether it's Iran
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to add to that. Janet and I have had Muslim Iranian students and also Zoroastrian students. With the Muslim students, to get the visa, we've had trouble. The latest Iranian student, he went to, he said he was a Zoroastrian. I said I was a Zoroastrian. And the lady out there asked him 0 questions, said, come tomorrow and I'll give you the visa.
I have a question. Friends, I'm sure I'm speaking for everyone here, but really totally delighted to have you guys with us here. I know we've already spoken, and as the Dean of a business school back in the UK, I'm more than happy to put you in touch with colleagues who look at this very particular space of place management and destination tourism, to see, what lessons can be learned from elsewhere in the world for you guys in going forward. My specific question to you is, look, there's 5 of you here. We've heard that there are 2 other colleagues that you're working with. What I have no clue on, and I'd like your sort of help on this, is how many more of you are there back in Iran? I'm trying to sort of get understand, the population of people like you out there. How big is it, and how many more people can we get involved?
Okay, I can just say some data that, for example, in Tehran we have a association of Zoroastrian students, and it have around 200 members, and they studying the best university in Iran, and just for about Tehran. Also, Yaz is another institutions over there. So when Iranian goes everywhere, first trying to say that we are not riding camels and we are not, so other things everyone think about Iran. And when other tourists come to Iran, first call that I'm alive. But most of them is just a media game. And I invite you to come to Iran and say that's it's okay, everything okay, I think, for me.
Yeah, if there is any more questions, we can have it during the lunch break, the person. I would like to thank each one of you all for being here and sharing your interests, your achievements, and so on. It was wonderful, and happy to see you here. Thank you. Our next youth wing program is Tiger's Den, and for this I would like to call upon our committee member, Pune chapter, Bezan Nanavati, to take over. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I am Bezan Nanavati for those who don't know me. So I'm part of the Pune WZCC chapter, and I am a youth director over there. And now I'm finally on the international board with Rashna Jiani. So I'm going to give a little brief introduction first about Jian Kotwal. He is an entrepreneur who leads the JFK Transporters and Good Mind. He has transformed JFK Transporters nationally, winning awards like the Ministry of Roads by Mr. Gadkari. Graduating in entrepreneurship from Flames, he focuses on safety and innovation. With projects like Good Mind, Jihan saves lives daily, truly being an inspiration to all of us here. Jihan has been the International Youth Director, serving his term till Jan 2024, and we're all completely very, very proud of him. Now, Rashna Jehani, the new International Youth Director and the founder of Jehani Legal, holds double masters in law and business administration. I mean, it's not something that I didn't think I would be able to do that. With over 12 years of expertise in corporate law, she excels in mergers, acquisitions, private equity, and champions financial literacy. Oh yes, and women's empowerment. We are honored to have Rashna here amongst our ranks. A little about Tigers then, though I'm pretty sure Rashna has already mentioned that to all of you all. This session has been organized and handled by the WZCC Youth Group, led by our very own Jian Kotwal and Rashna Jehani, with all of our members putting in endless effort to make this a success, including Rashna Sanjana, Benaz, and I. I would like to pass the mic on to Jihan Kotwal, and I hope you guys enjoy this session to the most.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all missed me yesterday. First, before I start, I think a little rearrangement of furniture. Can I please have three of the sharks on this panel this side, please? So Sam, Naushad, and Mandar, please, could you join me here? And then I'll start off. Sorry, tigers. I'm so used to saying sharks now. Wrong animal. Yes, and I'll tell you the story behind it as well. Okay, so very exciting session we're going to have now. Probably one of the most interactive you're going to see, and hopefully the most value generating from an economic standpoint. So let's get to it. For all of you who don't know what is Tiger's Den, Tiger's Den is a similar concept to what Shark Tank is in the US and now in India as well. Shark Tank is a competition or a sort of investment opportunity for young entrepreneurs, and it basically encourages fence-sitters to take up entrepreneurship, and it shows it on a global platform so many people around can get encouraged and get into business as well. Why the idea, or why are we called Tiger's Den? Because Parsis are like tigers and we could not copy the name, so that's why we've stuck to this. But how does it work is that essentially startups get an opportunity to present their established entrepreneurial ideas or even their ideas in general. And investors sit with them face to face like we have here, reputed entrepreneurs themselves who can give them guidance, think through things, and hopefully investments as well to propel them in their venture. So essentially this time we've got some very interesting businesses, and each one will be presenting for about 25 minutes with a 12-minute pitch and a 13-minute question answer round. And the good part is that these three tigers will be facing four, I don't know which animal to call, but let's say cubs. And these four businesses from around the world. We have people from Iran, from the US, India as well. And with this, I'd like to just share that the 12 minutes will have a 10-minute buzzer, and then the participants will be given 2 minutes to wrap up. We also have Q&A from the sharks, and if they don't have, we can pass it on. Oh, tigers. I'm so sorry, my apologies. Yes, we'll have them give the Q&A, and if anybody in the audience has something specific, we can always do it there. But we have a very strict schedule, and we're already 1 hour behind, so I want to make sure that we stick to punctuality and make sure 25 minutes it's wrapped up in per presentation. And on that note, I'd like to give my co-host Rashna the opportunity to introduce the tigers.
Thank you. Thanks, Jihan. A very good afternoon to our ferocious tigers, who will hopefully not be that mean to the contestants, but we'll have to see through the course of the program. And ladies and gentlemen, and our members. So I have the good fortune of introducing our tigers today. Of course, we had the good fortune of listening to Mr. Forbes in the morning, but I will just quickly introduce him once again. Mr. Naushad Forbes is the co-chairman. Okay, like, Yeah, okay, in brevity, I will just introduce him. He's a co-chairman of Forbes Marshall, India's leading steam engineering and control instrumentation firm. He's consistently ranked, top in all the magazines, etc. Of course, we all know he's graduated from a very prestigious Stanford University, and he's been a long-standing member and a director of various companies as well. Okay, moving on to our next tiger. The Economic Times brand equity ad agency Reckoner ranks Mr. Sam as India's most influential media person for the last 10 consecutive years. Mr. Balsara is also the recipient of the Advertising Agencies Association of India's Lifetime Achievement Award and the Ad Club of Kolkata's Hall of Fame Award. He was also featured in Campaign's Global Power List 2010. He's currently the head of the India-owned Madison World, which has 26 units across 9 specialized functions in advertising, media, business analytics, out-of-home, PR, retail, entertainment, mobile, and sports. Over the past 27 years, Madison has grown to becoming a 37 billion company, employing over 1,000 employees across the world, including India, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. Advertising and media with blue-chip companies like Sarabhai, Cadbury, Contract, Mudra, and Madison, of which the last 27 years for him have been entrepreneurial. He also handles blue-chip clients like Godrej, Mondelez, ITC, Marico, Raymond, McDonald's, Snapdeal, and many more. Thank you for being here, Mr. Balsara. And moving on to... yeah, as Jehan says, now we have a lion also amongst the sharks, who is amongst the tigers, sorry. This is... right. Right. So our third tiger would be Mr. Joshi. And Mr. Joshi is a shareholder of Venture Catalysts, India's first multi-stage venture capital with investments in more than 400 startups through 3 funds. He also co-produces the reality TV show Horses Stable, Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar, with Bollywood star Mr. Sunil Shetty. Apart from investing in multiple startups in his personal capacity, he has been a mentor to a few unicorn founders in India. In his most recent stint, he was appointed as chief mentor for G20 Startup 20 Yatra under, of course, our India's presidency, so the government, Prime Minister. So yeah, we are, these were our esteemed judges who are going to be our tigers for today. So now I think we can start with the first. Okay, so we will start with our first investment pitch, and that is going to be from all the way from Bombay, which is by Kersasp of Mehri. Let's hear it up for Kersasp.
Thanks, Rashnak. Thanks, Jian. Thanks, Tigers Den, for allowing me to be here today. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run a very small video to show you what the product does today, and then I'll walk you through what we have in store for the future, and essentially the idea in terms of where the business is.
Mehri Smart Conversations is a social media message aggregator with code and no-code bots, with intelligent conversation monitoring tools, a human agent conversation manager, and with an ability to broadcast outbound communication using your WhatsApp business account. We are going to show you how you can enhance your prospect to customer conversion using the Mehri Smart Conversations platform. We start from engaging the customer during his first interaction with your brand in a very personalized manner using a bot. You can run outbound marketing campaigns with your customers and prospects. You can also send out service messages like premium due or flight delayed over WhatsApp, which has an extremely high open rate. Let's see a sales flow for real estate developers. We start by capturing configuration preferences and sharing details like floor plan, complex layout, and amenities before we lead the person into a potential site visit or a call. A business development executive gets into a human conversation to establish a rapport and get a personal conversation started. Once a conversation starts with the associate, you capture additional information during a conversation and tag all this information to the customer profile using tags. These customer journeys are now available for further analysis and actions by your sales reps and your analytics teams. Your sales reps can view the lists of customers, filtered by any combination of data points, and reconnect with the shortlisted customers for further actions. The sales reps will see lists of customers based upon their preferences and can start follow-up conversations with the customers. Sales reps can both continue follow-up conversations as well as initiate conversations with customers. To initiate new conversations, one needs to start with what is called as a WhatsApp-approved template. Your analytics team can also view the list of customers, filtered by any combination of data points, and send out personalized broadcast of WhatsApp or extract contact details and share with calling teams. Now let's use this for outbound communicating with this set of people who are coming in to see your property for the first time. Having run a campaign, see its effectiveness at a group and at an individual level. Thank you for watching.
Okay, so while he's getting the PPT up, you've seen what we do. So we are a social media messenger aggregator, and what we have is a 2-year-old company. We've got 40-odd customers. We have customers in 6 countries. Currently, we have a revenue of $90,000, and we are running a negative $43,000 P&L. We have a core team of 12 people, 7 of them full time. We were talking of diversity sometime earlier in the session. Not really planned, but 4 of them are women. 8 of us are males. 5 of them are on sweat equity. Rest of them are all on renovation. We're looking at a funding of $500,000 at a valuation of $5 million. This would drive a revenue of $400,000 in the next year. Okay, let's look at the product today. Today we aggregate WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, Telegram, web chat, and app chat. We have no-code bots, which the bot that you saw running for a real estate agent was set up in an hour. It doesn't take really longer than that because it's what we call a no-code bot. We have bots with deep integration. We've done it for Jazeera Airways, which is a Kuwait-based airline. It's a deep integration, multiple systems. We support both inbound and outbound communications. The system supports both marketing and service-oriented messages that are going out to the system. Messages can get triggered from external systems. We have open API structure, and that can be used for doing this. We are moving towards creating a social messenger CRM, which essentially means that we're talking of drip campaigns using WhatsApp. We're talking of getting calendars, schedulers in place for follow-ups, for appointments, for meetings, and all those things that would be needed for a customer engagement. Now, this is what we do today, but that's not what we want to do for the rest of our journey. So what we are looking at is actually building out let's look at the problem statements that enterprises have today. There are lots of siloed applications and departments within an enterprise which are looking at different things. So you have siloed applications for social media messengers, which typically are run by both customer support and digital marketing teams. You have social media, which is run by digital marketing, could be in-house, could be external. You have web and app engagement, which some organizations have got in place. You have CRM, you've got email, you've got call centers, you've got SMS campaigns. All of these are different application sources sitting in an enterprise. You mix it with different departments, different teams. So you have customer support, marketing, digital, business. And what you actually create is a pot where there are cracks and things do fall through the cracks. And unfortunately, your customer's moment of truth is when things actually fall through those cracks. What we are also seeing in terms of disruption, WhatsApp has definitely disrupted business communication. The good thing is that even for business communication, the click-through rates for WhatsApp opening is 98%, which is an extremely high click-through rate when you look at email or you look at SMSs. So WhatsApp is one big disruptor. The other is AI is now becoming available at scale and at economies of cost. Okay, you've got Google, you've got ChatGPT, both of them working very, very hard. Facebook has Wit, which again is, Facebook incidentally is free, but it's free as of today. So there are a lot of disruptions that are going to be happening in the AI space in terms of the availability of tools, kits that you can use to empower customer engagements. So what do we want to be? Okay, so we want to be the entity that actually has that offers a single platform. Okay, what you saw as the silos, we want to bring it together. Okay, and to be able and to allow an enterprise to monitor customer behavior both online and offline, and then use that information, use that data structure, okay, to then in turn either build rules or look at the analytics and build rules from a human using human skills or AI, and then drive the next set of events which will help you convert an opportunity into a sale, or also address an issue that a customer is facing. So now, very, very high schematic in terms of how the system will look. Okay, you got social messengers, you got social web and app engagement, business events, which typically are happening either happening both online and offline, and you have traditional channels which are contact centers, emails. So this is and over a period of time, I'm sure there'll be more channels that'll get added on. When you say business events, we're actually talking of an open API structure where back-end applications can be feeding into the system, so that you don't want to chase an online customer who's actually done an offline transaction to continue doing the transaction, right? The whole idea is to marry the information so that it becomes one comprehensive set, and you don't be stupid in the whole process. Data organization. So okay. So a small aside. Mary essentially is a short form for Meher Yazad, which is the divinity which shines light, right? And the whole concept of when we started the journey was that we are always going to be looking at how we can shed light for an enterprise on customer data, okay, to be able to use it well. So we've started with messengers, and this journey has begun. So while we are doing data organization and analytics, we've already got quite a few things in place. But as we add new channels, this will all start coming together. So rules, the manual and the AI-defined rules, the campaigns, on-event, post-analysis, and obviously post-campaign analytics. So all of this needs to come together. All of this needs to be built. Okay, and that's the journey that we are in today. A very, very high-level TAM, SAM, SOM structure. Okay, I've broken it up into the space different spaces that different organizations are in, because these are the spaces in which different organizations offer products. Okay, it's an extremely large market. I'll not get into the numbers because it's just too much to get into right now. But essentially, what I want to share over here is that this is an extremely large market that exists globally. Okay, and this is a market. Although it looks as if we are going to go for a very small share, when you look at the financials, you will see that we are looking at aggressive growth in the next 2 years. We've kind of kept year 3 and year 4 growth slightly lower because we don't want to look so far out into the future and be too aggressive. So what is our go-to-market today? Today we do digital marketing. We are direct as well as through partners. When I'm saying partners, what we've done is we've established integration with a lot of call center software. We've established integration with some CRM softwares, and we are the process continues. So what happens is these customers also get us their customers as our customers, and that's worked very well. Today we work as an ISV, which is one level below a BSP with Meta. Meta has opened up a program where we'll become a tech partner, and that journey is just started. With funding, what we want to do is obviously expand partners and customers. We'll offer freemium offering. As we move to a tech partner, the structure becomes a lot more easier for us to offer freemium. Right now it's difficult because there's a cost for every number that we give. Obviously we'll spend some money on digital marketing. participate in events and feet on the ground. So let's look at revenue lines. License messages fees. Big cost lines are salaries, hosting, and partner fees. Okay, and we are running, and we are running a cash burn of just under $5,000 as of December. So this is aggregated over 9 months. So this is a typical chart you would see in a SaaS platform, okay, where costs kick in, but then as sales start picking up, your incremental cost does not really go up too much. Okay, the reason is because you're selling online, you're selling virtually, you're selling significantly more than what your cost requires. So your cost goes up more in terms of sales and marketing and support, and ensuring that customer is using the system rather than focusing on building the product. The build-outs kind of starts tapering out. So these are numbers. I'm sure the deck will get shared with you. You'll get access to it. We're looking at a funding of $500,000 today. Okay, we will require more funding as we move forward. Okay, these are numbers that will show you where things will stack up, and when we go to the exit strategy, we'll look at something else. There's a very quick summary in terms of where the price points lie. Okay, we are running roughly at about $115 a month from a blend of international and Indian customers for the first one, which is what we have today. Social media licenses is on a per user basis. Digital CRM is assuming 10 users per customer, and customer engagement, we've kept this on the lower side. There are medium-sized organizations which today pay competitors upwards of $5,000 to $10,000. So the raise for $500K is towards product development, sales, and revenue. Yeah. Just one last bit. This money is not going to retire the debt or the working capital that I've put in. This does not. I will not be taking salary for the next 1 year. So so those things are all to be kept in mind when we're looking at this. So yeah, that's the team. So I'm open to questions.
Can you tell us, say in 1 or 2 lines, what is your core competitive advantage over somebody else? And let's say, if there's no competition today, how long would it take another smart software person to create an identical or a superior product and offer it at half the cost?
Sure. Good point. So let me just few things. So there are competitors in the space that we are in today. Okay, which is the Mary Smart Communication social media messenger aggregator. To give you an idea, when we started off about 2 years ago, okay, the average cost at which people were selling was $400. Okay, today it's roughly about $100, $150, $120. Okay, in India it can get a little bit more brutal, but then that's the Indian market, right? You always have a brutal price point in India. Having said that, I think the market has leveled off in terms of the price points at which it's going to be operating. So you roughly have about $3,000 to $5,000 rupees happening in India. Overseas, it's petering around 100. And all of us have learned through the journey. We've all cut it down to saying, okay, certain number of users. So you add more users, you pay more money. So that baseline has got created. There are people in each of the different silos that we are talking about. Okay, so there are people in social media messengers, there are people in social, there are people in web and app engagement. There are people in CRM software, there are people in each of the silos. Okay? And I'm sure as we move forward, each of the silos will expand into the nearing area, right? Because it's logical for everybody to do that. We think that there may not be too many people thinking like us, but there is I don't want to make an assumption that we'll be the only guys in the world. I'm 100% sure that there will be another 50 guys, probably another 100 guys in the world who will do what you're doing. The good thing is that this market is huge. This market is significant. Okay, and because of the sheer size of the market, it doesn't matter if there are going to be another 50 or 100 players who will be doing the same thing. Yeah. I hope I'm answering that question.
But isn't it true, especially in the digital space, that the race is to become the largest and dominate the category? Because the second and third and then the 100th never make any money, and they ultimately close down. So if by your own admission, if you say there are going to be another 50 in just round the corner, then what is, surely pricing alone cannot be your competitive advantage. So what is that core competitive advantage that gives you confidence that you'll be able to survive the next 49?
Sure. So
Can I add to that question and make it a little more complicated for you to answer?
Sure.
Do you think that, of course you are second or you are 50th, his question is absolutely valid, so you have to answer that. On top of it, do you think that whatever you are doing, the entire charts that you showed, in next 2 to 3 years, there will be an artificial intelligence machine which will take over everything from A to Z that you are doing? Is there a probability according to you? Because I feel there is a probability of either taking part or full of what you are doing by an artificial intelligence mechanism.
Sure.
This is number one. Number two is it is a little bit already happening, and I will tell you an example, and I have observed this always. I have a WhatsApp chat with a famous personality on Instagram. I close the WhatsApp chat, and after 15 minutes when I open Instagram, randomly his reels are thrown at me. Have you observed this? So this is already happening across by Facebook.
Yeah, so it's okay. So let me take the answers in the reverse order, okay? Because otherwise I'll tend to forget. So what you are saying is actually an orchestration which is happening not by Facebook, okay, but it's an orchestration which is happening by a device or a tool that is being used, okay? So Facebook, yes, you know, if you are having a chat on WhatsApp, Facebook, by definition of privacy, says I will not read your conversation if it is person to person. Okay, I'm going to get a little technical now. Okay, but it will not allow, it says, by law, it will not do that. At the same time, when it's a B2C conversation, Facebook says that a third party can read your conversations, although they say that when it comes to us, it is encrypted and it will be encrypted at that point of time and we will no longer read. It doesn't say what they will do before the encryption happens. Okay, so when I am as a business sending a message to you, my message coming to you will come unencrypted because it's coming through 2 layers, or at least a middle layer, okay, which is where the Facebook is now moving to Facebook Cloud. Okay, but when it comes to you, Facebook, it is still coming unencrypted and it gets encrypted there. Then it gets sent to you. So Facebook cannot be doing what you're saying, but there are tools, okay, which an enterprise or which people who are influencers can deploy, okay, which will say that, okay, I know that I'm talking to Mandar, okay, this is his phone number, okay, and this phone number is linked to his Facebook account. So for Facebook, you target an advertisement to him. Okay, so I can target an advertising to you on Facebook if I know your Facebook email ID, if I know your phone number, if I know your Facebook ID, email ID, or phone number. So there are very, very specific things that are available from Facebook over APIs to third-party application providers like us, using which I can follow a customer. You know, it's called following a customer. Not just on Instagram, but I can follow you on Facebook, I can follow you by sending you an email, and that is the whole orchestration that we are talking about. Okay, but the idea is not to abuse that orchestration, because if you abuse it, the customer gets pissed off. So that's the whole intelligence, which could be human, could be AI. Going to your next question, will AI disrupt? Definitely AI will disrupt. Okay, how much it will disrupt is a matter of conjecture right now. Okay, but our objective is that we ourselves will use AI tools, okay, within our application platform to help organizations disrupt the space. Okay, so we don't want to rely on a third-party AI. Okay, so there are AI tools, but we will use those tools, consume it within our application to do this. So that's your second question. Third is, you know, while I'll agree with you that the top 1, 2, 3 are always the key guys, that's typically true in the retail sense. Like, you know, we have an integration with Telegram. I have customers who have taken Telegram as a channel. But if I see the number of conversations happening on Telegram, 0. Right? I have Twitter as a channel. Number of conversations on Twitter, 0. If I see amongst all the channels, WhatsApp is still 80%. Okay, amongst the channels that we have, WhatsApp is 80%. About 5 to 7% is Facebook Messenger, and the rest is web chat and app chat, which are our own tools, which we give a customer as part of the channels. So web chat is what you put on the website, and app chat is what you stick as a conversation tool. As an SDK, we give it to an enterprise, and they can put it inside their app. So that, you know, because when an enterprise gets a customer to download his app, he doesn't want to lose him. So even for a conversation, you know, typically people start giving him a WhatsApp number to have a conversation. But, you know, you've lost him. He may not come back to your app. And the idea for every enterprise is to keep the user or the end user or the individual stuck onto the app. So that's the reason why an app chat SDK sticks in and keeps the customer engaged over there. Yeah, I think the competitive advantage is, if you see these silos, okay, they have all started in a particular way. So I'll give you an example. Okay, so I'll come to an example later. They all started in their zone and they're thinking of moving one side or the other. We've actually conceptually said that this is what we're going to build. This is what we said 2 years ago when we started, right? And we have from day one thought of the architecture, and the architecture will protect us. Okay, protect us going forward in terms of data organization, in terms of customer information organization, so that when we want to leverage either using AI or using our own analytics, it will become easier. So it's a very technical, deep technical stuff, but that's really where we are. You asked one more thing. You pulled me back into.
But I'm still not convinced about your competitive advantage. According to me, that's the key, because today there's so much happening. Tomorrow, as we speak, there may be 10,000 people working on the same idea, because this is such a real and low-hanging fruit. I find it difficult to believe that nobody has thought of this except you.
No, I agree with you. I'm sure there are other people who have thought of it, 100%. So like I said, our key advantage is going to be the architecture that we have created, which will support us to go forward. Okay, as new channels get added, and I'm assuming that there will be more channels coming through. So our open API architecture and our ability to add new channels, add new entities at the back end to bring data in, is going to be our competitive advantage. So our competitive advantage is going to be the technology.
Last 2 minutes.
Just following up on Sam's question actually, which is, if you compare, I'm still trying to get my head around who your customers would be. Would they be businesses, small businesses, all businesses, businesses serving business customers, businesses serving consumers? And if so, what does good look like? I mean, you gave us some revenue projections, but the number of users that we are talking about is tiny relative to, but it may not be tiny if you're more focused in a particular niche. So is there an area where you could differentiate and you could say that, listen, this set of customers, we will dominate. We will be the people and we will serve them better, and this is why we will serve them better than anyone else. We're an engineering company. I mean, engineering companies or whatever, however one may wish to pass the market. But
sure.
Is there an opportunity to do that? I kept reading from this and the earlier description as well, that this is very general, and if it's very general, then I would not want to be in a business where I'm competing with Facebook and Zoho. I would worry about that.
Okay, so 2 questions. Our customers are generally business to organizations which are consumer focused. So we don't sell to B2B customers. That's not really who needs it. People who need, organizations who need it are actually B2C organizations. That's one. Second is, if you see our customer mix, okay, we've got insurance companies, we've got an airline, we've got lots of travel agents, we've got retail houses, okay, we've got a money exchange. So we've got organizations which are retail focused, which want to engage with the customer, okay, either for inbound traffic, for queries, which has taken a load off their call center. Okay, in fact, when I used to be the CTO of a company, okay, when we moved to WhatsApp, okay, we saw that call center rates dropped by 70%. Okay, at the same time, customer conversations increased by 2.5 times. So there were so many customers who were being lost because they were getting a dead end call, right? They were not being able to reach through. So WhatsApp has been a very, very big game changer as far as this is concerned, and so I hope I'm answering your question. Now, why not generic? Why generic and why not industry specific? That's a question we've mulled, right? Like, do I want to be a very, very sharp industry focused player? Maybe not. I don't have an answer today. Okay, we've kept it generic, but if you saw the slide, right? You saw a bunch of things which were retail focused, right? But you could this is a configuration, this is a setup. So you could as easily have set it up for a clinic or for a travel agent or anybody else, right? Because you create a category, create a kind of tags that you want to do, and you're set to go. So setup of our system is very, very quick. Yes.
Can I?
Is there time for one last question?
Sure.
Can I?
Two last questions.
Is there any sure? Is there any basis for this valuation you arrived at of $20 million right now with a few customers in your
$5
hand?
million.
$5 million.
$5 million.
Valuation at this stage actually is finger in the sky. Okay.
No, it is not finger in the sky. So I'll give you some guidance.
There is a bit of science to it. We've looked at about 12 times sales of next year. Okay, so that's the thumb rule that we've taken.
Yeah. No, my question was very similar. So you're saying that $90,000 is your present sell, and how many multiples of that? I was just calculating to $5 million. Sure. It is almost 50x. Yeah. It is happening. This is one. And secondly, you said that for the last 2 years, 5 of you have never taken salaries. And you also don't want to take a salary even after this capital raise for next 1 year. So do you have another revenue stream coming to your, so solving your bread and butter for the family, or
I'm sorted. I'm sorted. Couple of us are sorted, so that's okay.
Okay, that's your saving. So you're not doing two ventures and.
No.
Yeah, that was my question. No. So you're fully dedicated to this.
Absolutely.
One. Yeah. Thank 100%. You. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Keshav.
Thank you, everybody. So just one small bit. Thanks a lot for WZCC for having me over here, and thanks to Hormaz for all the mentoring that he did. I've been wanting to get a deck together for a while, and if it was not for this event and not for Hormaz, I would not have really pushed so hard to get it together. So thank you all for the opportunity that you've given us. Thank you.
Thank you, Keshav. I think that was a great presentation. Okay, so do we have any offers from the Tigers for this one, or do we move on to the next one for now?
I think we can move on to the next, but I will keep in touch. We all will keep in touch with him.
Sure.
And for me, the space is very interesting. It's going to be just blast in next couple of years. So we will keep in touch for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes. We'll be doing that towards the end of the session, once we're done with the speakers. Okay, thank you. Sure, we can take that into account as well. Okay, moving on to our next contestant. She's coming all the way from Michigan, Kimia, who also holds a black belt in karate. Everyone, Kimia, please.
How to say no to an investment, when the startup founder, I'm really, who is the tiger here?
All right, we'll start with getting the slides up if possible. Okay. All right, so hi everyone. I started the company Love Story. I'm the founder and only person in the company at the moment. I'm 29 years old. And I would like to start with my why, for why I created this company. So my parents had a terrible marriage, and I had a very abusive father and his family, and we went through 10 years of divorce court proceedings from when I was 12 to 22. And I saw what love is like when it goes wrong and all of the negative impacts it can have on someone's life. When our relationships are bad, it can affect every part of our lives. I was very blessed and lucky to be very close to my mom and my two brothers. And I made it my life mission to make sure I don't make that mistake and then spread this to as many people as possible. So I read every book I could on love, on relationships. I majored in psychology. I double majored in psychology and economics. And then I did studies on it, and then I published papers you can find on Google Scholar. I did my master's in clinical behavioral psychology. I specialized in relationships, and then I'm a do what you preach. So I was like, I need to make sure that I have it sorted for myself before I can give anyone else advice. So I applied everything I learned I've been with my now husband for 8 years. We've been happily married for 5 years. And I helped everyone around me, my friends, my family, and I saw our Zoroastrian community, and I was like, we need the most help. And so I started there. Also, I've helped over 100 people so far, and I've gotten really systematic about the way I do it because it's grounded in science. And so my results have been really effective for those reasons. And that's where I reached the point where I want to help as many people as possible. The world is our oyster. So let's get started. So it's Love Story is a dating app based on science for finding and keeping love thriving. A little more detail in summary is we use a structured scientific approach to help people discover what they want in marriage. That's key. We need to know what people want, what their specific preferences are. And then we help them find and close on that partner and teach them the skills to have a thriving relationship for the rest of their life. The ask is for 5.58% for 85,840, the valuation at 1 million. Just from an American standpoint, there's 57 million people that use dating apps today, in 2022, so it's going up. And the dating market capital right now, just in the US, is 14 billion. On a world scale, people that use dating apps, there's about 337 million. And this is just the beginning. We're becoming more and more of a tech culture all around us. So as you'll see, it's just going to go up from here. So let's dive into what is out there right now. So currently the dating apps are inefficient, unscientific, and expensive. I want to ask you guys all to come up with a number. How many swipes do you think it takes to get into a relationship on average? And by swipes, the dating apps these days, you sign up, you see pictures, you swipe right for yes, left for no. So how many times do you think you have to swipe to be able to get into a relationship? They looked at 1,000 people that got into a relationship, and the answer is 3,960 swipes to just get into a relationship. That does not mean you get married. It just means you start a relationship. So it's really, really ineffective. None of the dating apps right now are able to strongly filter for Zoroastrians. There's only one that I found that's called Bumble. And even when you click it, there's barely anyone that's Zoroastrian, and it doesn't filter only for Zoroastrian. It shows you everyone. So if we don't have an alternative option, and as you know, people are leaving India, people are leaving Iran and going to the diaspora. And in the diaspora, the environment is very strong. Most people around you are not Zoroastrian. You go to school, you go to university, and proximity is very strong. And proximity is the reason why it's so common for people to marry out, just from a scientific point of view. And as a community, especially in India, we don't accept converts. And as Khojasta Mystery said, 30% of Zoroastrians right now don't even get married to even have kids. So this is a real problem, and we're doing something about it. And I just wanted to make sure I shout out to Roshan Ravetna, who's been doing this for 50 years. We talk about this, but no one's really talking about what we're doing to increase our numbers. And for 50 years, she's been trying to do matchmaking. So I just wanted everyone here to clap for her because she's doing God's work. And as we know, all of the people in this room, your time is so, so valuable. Imagine how much time and exhaustion it takes to swipe that many people and get almost no results. So imagine you see 1,000 people, you swipe on 100 that you like, 30 of them match with you, and then 10 of them only respond to your message. So that many people will not even respond to you. And then 3 of them agree to a date, 2 of them don't even show up, and the one that shows up is a dud, and you don't even like it, and you start all over again until when you're ready, because you're just exhausted. You're like, I don't even want someone anymore. I'll do it myself. So our time, our happiness, and our family goals are worth so, so much. Okay, this is a much bigger problem than even I thought it was. So in places in the Western world, in the Western countries and Europe, the divorce rate is incredibly high, 41% spanning to 86%. So let's say everyone gets excited that someone gets in a relationship. Look at the statistics. 70% of people these days break up in the first year of their relationship. 70%. Let's say you beat those odds, you're the 30%. Then you make it to marriage. 40% of marriages, no, then you look at this, sorry, with divorce, this many people get a divorce. Let's say on average it's 50%. Let's say you beat those odds as well. Then you're still in the married category. Only 40% of people that are married today say they're happy and still in love. We've got so much work to do, and this is just the beginning. I'm doing my best to address these things because I've been equipped with the knowledge from a scientific point of view to help as many people as possible. And this is a big task, but I'm up for the challenge. This is a lifelong mission for me, regardless of what happens today. I am just gonna, this is the hill I'm gonna die on, and this is a permanent thing for me that I'm gonna try and fix in the world. Okay. So let's look at the biggest competitor, Tinder, Match Group. So right now, they make almost $10 billion in market capital. They have 15.7 million paying customers, and in a year, they make roughly $3.2 billion. The average subscription that they charge a month is about $20 a month. And so I actually looked at what Tinder actually filters people for. So as you can see, these factors of name, location, birthday, gender, what orientation, passion photos, and they can maybe add an about section with some information. As you can see, this is all just pure attraction based, which is just swiping on photos. And this is not in any indication quality of the person or the commitment readiness of the person. And Tinder, which is the biggest one that most people go on, is mainly there for sex. You can use it for other things, but that was the main intention for it to come out. So there's still that connotation attached to it. So as you can see, this is not a very detailed scientific way of finding your life partner that you'll spend the rest of your life with, and your happiness is tied to so strongly. So let's go from there. So this is our biggest competitor. All right, what's the solution? So right now, this is where I'm up to with the solution. So high quality search of commitment ready people. So I used to speak to every person in a lot of detail. It used to take anywhere from 1 to 4 hours, depending on how succinct of the answers they gave me to the specific questions I asked that were standardized, and they're the most important things that break people apart. I address at the beginning, we address all the hard things at the beginning. You need to be attracted to them, and you need to have all these big things either you're okay with or you talk at the beginning. Because we don't want you to spend 5 years of your life and then find out they don't want kids, and then you break up and have to start all over again. Let's address all of these hard questions at the beginning, so it's much smoother and easier from there forward. So that used to take a lot of time. Now I've switched it to a Google form that's free, and it takes 1 hour to complete, and there's some answers that they have to type in, and some are categorical responses. And these can be used very easily, convert it to an algorithm that doesn't even require me anymore. And it can be a machine learning AI that even improves it with the data of who stays together, who doesn't, and constantly improve based on science. So at the moment, I have very little expenses because it's just running the website, which is about $227 is my entire expenses right now. And I've made about $8,400 just in the last 6 months for matching people. So efficient. Sometimes I work so quickly. I'm taking down someone's preferences, and within an hour, I've got both of them attracted. Both of them have seen all of the hard questions that they have to answer. They're happy with it, and they find their lifelong partner in an hour. Think of the contrast between swiping for that much time. When I said 3,960 swipes, just so you guys can get context, that is 6 hours a week for 8 months. Because you're not going to constantly sit there for like all these days doing it at once. You have to spread it out. And so that's if you are dedicated enough to do it for 6 hours a week for 8 months. So it's really inefficient what's out there. So no more endless swiping. if I don't find you someone immediately, if I don't have someone in my database, I'm constantly looking for someone for you. You don't have to do a single thing. You go accomplish the world while I'm working for you, or while the algorithm is working for you. Only when someone is close enough in your preferences and what you've specified that you want with attraction, then you'll get an option and you can say, yes, I want to see their information. You'll first just get a picture. Only if you're attracted, then they have to also confirm they're attracted. And then from there, you see the hard questions answered. And only then, if you think that you would like to proceed, then you get their phone number. And then there's a way we can still make sure they're on track and still progressing. So as you can see at the bottom, it's from being single to dating to marriage to kids to career to sickness to retirement. All of these are different stages that science can help people stay together. A lot of people, when they have kids, their romance dies. Why is that? Why is there such a negative connotation with marriage that people aren't happy anymore? These are not the way it should be. We should be so happy and in love for the rest of our lives, and there are ways that can do it, and there are people that make it. And so let's make those people as many as possible. So that's where I'm up to now. In the future, we can make it an app, we can make it an algorithm. I can put everything I've learned into an app and disseminate it to as many people as possible. And we can use AI to even learn faster. So they also can be additional things like a chat bot where, all of the best books like John Gottman's books, who have done 40 years of research into specifically what makes happy marriages last and thrive. It can take all the specific knowledge of those books and the best data that science has uncovered, and purely it can be a chatbot that answers questions with pure knowledge, not the other stuff that we wanted to learn. So that can be just a helpful tool for everyone to have. And then it can have check-ins to make sure people are on track with their relationships. There can be online courses, handbooks, even games that people can level up. People use Duolingo, where they learn different languages. This can be a way where you can level up your relationship skills in a fun way, and you don't have to talk to a psychologist to access this information. You can practice daily if you want. So there's so many areas we can go. Amazon started with just selling books, and then went to do everything it's doing. I'm starting with the Zoroastrian population because we need it the most, because we're the most incredible people out here. And then we have the whole world to expand to. Everyone wants our help. People hear what I'm doing for Zoroastrians, and they're like, please do it for me too. The dating apps don't work. We're not Zoroastrian, but we need help as well. So there is demand. Everybody wants love. No one's going to say, I don't want love. Deep down, everyone does. So let's move on. This is just a quick slide to show you the projection of where this is going with global dating apps. It's just going up. This data is from 2015 to 2022. 337 million people already using dating apps worldwide. In the US, that's the numbers. I'm just by 25 attempting to capture not only as many Zoroastrians as I can, but trying to capture 0.01% of the US market alone, and then obviously later expand to the world. And so what have I been doing so far? I've been doing workshops with Zoroastrians all over the world, at every congress, everything I can get, and I've matched a whole bunch of people so far. I've also spoken at different places in the world, teaching relationship skills, all over the US. So I'm doing my best on that as well. In terms of social media, attempting that as well, trying to teach people. So, almost 5,000 followers on Instagram. I do weekly podcasts on X. I had a video go viral with over 500,000 views. I've helped over 100 people with relationships. I've matched over 20 Zoroastrian couples. One of them recently got engaged, and another one recently got married. I have so many incredible love stories of Zoroastrians up my sleeve. Just to wrap up, I wanted to talk about a competitive advantage, coffee meets bagel. This is the biggest offer that was ever made on Shark Tank, and it was by Mark Cuban. And at this point in their app, they were selling 5% for $500,000, valuing it at $1 million. And Mark Cuban offered them $30 million for the entire company, which they refused because they knew how valuable the company was. And just in a few years now, they are worth $150 million net worth. My valuation is at $1 million right now because I haven't created the app yet. And I know that it can just expand so much. So these are some numbers. They're quite conservative numbers in terms of the market share of just the US that I'm targeting, because it can go so much, it can go really up from there. So my ask is just for the first year, you can see a bit of the breakdown of where the money is going to go. It's to build the app and market it. This is a little bit about me. I'm just wrapping up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I will just leave it on this slide for the breakdown of the cost.
Can I? So thank you. You are a fantastic speaker, first of all, and you absolutely. And you really, really care for the Zoroastrian community. So amazing, amazing pitch. Now, we have invested in a company called Truly Madly, which is a very, very popular dating app in India. And we invested at idea stage and company has grown exponentially. So I have some knowledge in this field, why and why not the things work. Yeah. So let me just tell you business model of Tinder or Bumble and for all of us here.
Yes, please.
Because the model is misunderstood. And I'm talking purely from a commercial investor's point of view, not from a community or a social impact point of view. So what happens is, let's say 1 million people are there on Tinder, and then you said 3,600 swipes it takes for one match, right? And then 100 swipes, you showed the analysis, and the last one you made, you don't like him. Imagine the Tinder, the Tinder, you don't take 3,600 swipes. Let's say you take 10 swipes and you meet your match, what will happen? I'll tell you what will happen. You are a paid subscriber of Tinder. In 10 matches, you meet your life partner, you get married, and you switch off the Tinder. So the business model doesn't work. The business model works because it increases, it puts on your dopamine, saying that I'm meeting more and more boys or girls, and I'm not meeting my life partner. And then only you keep renewing your subscription. That's the business model. So if Tinder is successful, according to you, it will be actually unsuccessful.
Exactly, yes. So the incentives don't align,
yeah,
which
so
I don't like.
When you say you are a dating app, you have to understand the business model of dating app. This is the only way it will work. Otherwise, it will not work. All the Zoroastrians will get married, and then you have to close down your app. So I'm speaking as a completely commercial business investor, right?
If that happens, I don't mind telling the Bombay Participant Chat to sponsor it.
Yeah. So that is one. Your valuation is very much $1 million is always the base valuation. So that's very good. You said structured scientific approach, so I understood you will convert the AI and so on. How much time it will take to prepare the AI? Because all the good examples you get, Coffee Mate, Bagel and so on, the power is in the software,
yes,
not in the idea.
Yes.
So how much time it will take, what's the roadmap on creating the software itself and launching it commercially and getting the revenues, the first dollar of revenue?
Yes, thank you so much. I call it a dating app, and this is a really good point because the incentives are aligned for you to stay on the dating app as long as possible and not actually find love. And so the dating app world, it's a big market, but there's an even bigger market of teaching people, like keeping people together. It's a lifelong model, love. You don't just find your life partner and then everything is rosy. There's so many skills and things involved in keeping it. And right now, the only people that know it are behavioral psychologists that know these skills. And they charge so much. And in the US, it's not covered by health insurance. So this knowledge is getting bottlenecked. And no company right now is known for being able to, like if you have a problem in your relationship, who do you go to? You know, you might Google it, you might go to your friends and family. What if they don't know how to help you? Where would you go to get knowledge? And there's ways to be able to disseminate this knowledge to everyone and keep them in the loop, not because you want them to find love anymore, but because you want to keep your relationship happy every day. Even I have a great relationship, I'm happily married, but there's areas I can grow and we can be even happier. It's a constantly learning thing. We don't think that you're just a great human today and you've got no room to grow. We all believe that we can grow every single day and improve. So from that standpoint, it's a harder market to get into, to actually teach people skills, but that's the bigger market that no one's attempted to go in a big way. So I say dating app, but really I'm trying to give people much more than that. It's just dating app is a buzzword I like to use. The other question you said with the scientific, with the portion of
The
it.
software, how much time you will take to do the software when you will start actually earning revenue?
Yes. So I'm already earning revenue with the Zoroastrian population. I charge between $300 and $1,000 USD once off, and I just spend the rest of my life trying to match them. So that's already coming in, and I need to expand my reach. I've only started in the last 6 months, and I declared it first at the London Congress. And so that is just a revenue stream that's coming in, the more Zoroastrians I can reach. But from the tech platform, where that's the most amount, I'm going to, on average, subscriptions are charging $19 a month. I'll be charging $1 a month for the first 2 years. And so it will take me, I'm going to start as soon as I receive this funding, which is I'll start building the app. So this year, I should have at least a base model within 6 months, 6 to 8 months, to be able to get it out there, and then the marketing along the way to be able to make the year's financial projections. So we have contacts that I've been connected to that can build the app quite quickly and for an affordable price. It doesn't make sense to make the app in the US with the cost of how much they charge, when here it's just so much more affordable.
So you know, I like the idea very much of starting with the Zoroastrian community and getting, you know, if you advertise in passive was I think what I took from the deck, something like that. Is that right? And if so, why only 250? That seemed very modest, no?
Yeah. So if you look at just the line that says
maybe I read it wrong.
number of users. So right now I'm at 50. And next year I'm going to help the Zoroastrian community, but also expand to the US market.
Thanks. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, thanks for clarifying.
And this number, a market share is a fixed amount. So it's not going to be 57 million just in the US.
So I wonder if it might be more powerful to then actually define the market according to the communities you're going after. So you're not looking at the whole thing, but you're looking at the particular segments you wish to serve. And then you're actually demonstrating that you would dominate, to use Sam's term, the market for particular communities.
Yes, yes. So starting with the Zoroastrian community for sure. Our heart is all in the Zoroastrian community. And so that's a niche that will show, that will prove the model actually works, and what better community to prove it with. And then, but marketing does need to improve. We have very limited numbers, and you know, everyone's also a bit nervous to try something new. Maybe trust me. I don't know how far the reach can be as quickly as possible. So I think for that reason, I also need to get started with the US market, create branding, and actually get the quantity of numbers. And that also gives me more legitimacy with all of you guys. If I say, hey, I have this many, you know, look at my app, I have this many things, much more Zoroastrians are going to trust me that I know what I'm doing, and also trust the app as well. But my love and passion is for this community, and this is just a stepping stone to prove that it works for everyone else.
Last question, please.
So I must compliment you on your thinking, and I think I should say at the outset, I would like to support you in some way. You know, not really for economic gain that this project may deliver, but more for the social impact and the importance of it for our Zoroastrian community. And also, as Mandar said, you know, in India, this is actually a very big market going
Yeah.
beyond, and especially if your focus is not marriage and dating. In India, the
Yeah.
marriage market is like huge.
Yeah.
I'm associated with a company called Shadi.com. Just to give you a perspective, they spend 50 crores in terms of media money through us to
wow.
advertise the app. So it's
Yeah.
that big. So maybe I could introduce, in fact, the founder of Shadi.com is a prominent person on Shark Tank.
Oh, wow. No way.
So if you're coming to Bombay, I could introduce you to him also, and you could gain some insights. I have many questions in my head. Maybe we can
Happy to
discuss
answer
that when you come to Bombay. I'm sure you're coming to Bombay or no?
I'm traveling back on the 7th.
On the 7th, okay. Maybe we can try and find some time to where I can ask you a lot more questions that may hopefully bring clarity in your mind also.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
I'll
Thank you
I'll just add to her. So Mandar, you put it very well that the point is Tinder is a dating app, but here what she's trying to build is relationships, and there you nailed it again that actually it should be compared with Shadi.com, Jeevan Sathi and Bharat Matrimony, which are huge successes over here. And what you can see is if you use AI and her, they put an end at the marriage stage. Thank you very much. Here, if you see the end, those points that after marriage, it's not the end. She's seeing it as the beginning because you have another 60 years as a customer. So if you hold on to that customer and give that those insights through the app, chatbot, AI, you have a customer for 60, 50 years. So that science of all the problems at every stage can really be, so that's a way of looking at the larger total addressable market and everything. So kudos.
Thank you. Thank you again. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, that was a great presentation.
I think before we move on, I must say this.
I'll join Sam in supporting the...
Perfect. Thank you so much. Oh, we have Arzan too? Okay. Sorry. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Okay, so thank you very much to the two tigers for making this offer to Kimia. And we move on to the third one. This one is all the way from Iran by Radman, who enjoys dancing and speaks Italian, and Ruxana, who enjoys theater and watching movies.
Hello everyone, we are here to introduce Rhinog. Through Rhinog, youth can find their passion, get a job position, and train to become professional.
The problem we want to address is that youth have this problem to find a career that is the true career. So we want to solve this problem, and each person needs different training because there are a lot of training and courses, but we need the tailored training for them.
Especially in Zoroastrian Iranian people, we faced a decline in the Zoroastrian population due to decrease in birth rate and increase in immigration. All these are linked to economic insecurity.
Let me explain a little more about economic instability that is different from poverty. People are rich, have 2 or 3 houses, but they can't plan for the future. And because of that, we want to make a connection that their financial situation be not depend on economic in Iran and something like that. Our solution in finding a suitable job for youth and prepare personalized training for them.
And for those problems I said, we find a solution. We can identify international remote job and provide training to be professional. And by these things, we can empower youth Zoroastrian Iranian people. It doesn't work, I think.
Okay. We have two sides in this business. One side is the job seekers. We're providing 4 main services to them: consulting, training, job position, and insurance. And in another side, we have job developers, job providers. Oh.
Sorry.
Okay. Our service for job provider is selection, consulting, and contracting services.
In this step, we focus on Iran market. So we have 10 million educated youth between 20 and 35. They can work in remote. And if just 1% of them are interested in our business, we have a potential market of 100,000. So in 3 years, we can earn $34,000.
That's per annum, per year.
For a year.
$34,000 in a year.
For
Yes.
3 years. 3 years. I sum this number. As you can see, we consider the minimum things. We said in first year, we just have 100 person who find job with our business, and if the average salary was is 1,000, and we just get 5% commission, we have $5,000 income.
And this commission is just for recruiting. We can provide more services, for example, co-worker space or other services for both sides, and this percent go higher till to up to 35% maybe.
This average salary must be per month, right?
Okay, but yeah, okay, but per month, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So 5% of 1 month salary only you charge? Or
Each month,
5% of the
each
year?
month salary. For each month they work for the company, we give 5%. Yes. Now I will explain. Now I give taper 10%, but that's a pessimistic view. Yes, it can go higher.
He continues to pay you
Yes.
for 3 years.
Because we provide human resource services. Yes. And you can see that in next slide, the huge opportunity in Iran. As you can see, I can use the laser maybe. I don't know.
Numbers show that 5% is charged. Can you go back? I think you are charging only for the first month.
Yes, here we consider
So
these
1,000
because
multiplied by 100 into 5%.
yes,
So
yes, I know. We consider these things to just that if we just have a less income, we can do, yeah, pessimistic. Yeah, we can have this income.
Okay. And this slide shows that there is a huge opportunity in the job market in Iran. As you can see, Iran, that's an example from Forbes, that Iran is the 3rd country with the most engineering graduated. But there is no India and China, I have to mention that. But that's a huge number of educated people in Iran, and that maybe Iran become a next tech giant in Middle East. So also you can see there that the price is is cheap. And we can hire educated people with a really cheap price that we can see there. I don't know how it's work, which direction I... Okay.
And the things we want to grow, it's three. One, we want a job opportunity, and then we want professional training. And also for this cost, we need $80,000 to becoming the third shareholders.
Two things make me more powerful, but more make that I can to argue that I can handle this job. First one, that I, for 3 years, are conducting a course. The name is Khishkari. Khishkari is the Avestan board. That in this course, in 4-week course, people find their Khishkari. That means the purpose of every person want to follow in life. And I'm a professional in that realm. So I can train some also coaches. Then they can do this consultant to people and train other people. Another thing is my background is future studies, and one of my vision is provide job that have a future. For example, now we are working with Ravren company. Ravren company is a progressive company in the realm of computer vision that have a very big chance with advancement of AI and computer vision. This company trying to make computer vision programming as a playing with Lego, like WordPress for web designers. And that's a huge opportunity for investing in this company. We start our work 5 months ago, and now employed 7 people. 3 of them are Zoroastrian, and now our income is monthly is this number, 280, and it's a passive income. We don't need to do something for that. Okay, that's our team. We're trying to keep our core of our organizations Zoroastrian, and these are other friends, Zoroastrian friends, and we are happy to hear your questions.
So, are there any other job portals in Iran? There must be many, right?
Yes.
So,
I will explain.
I mean, would they also not offer the same service?
Some of them trying to provide freelancing services, but we don't providing freelancing services. But we employ people because we want them to have a long-term income and job stability. So
there are no job portals in Iran today. In India, there are quite a few job portals, you know, for lower level, like engineers, and you know, even for labor. There are very large companies like Teamlease and all who provide huge labor force. I'm sure in Iran also there must be.
There is some portals for doing that, but problem is the contract. For example, Iranian people want apply for a job, and after 3 or 5 months, the company says that I don't want you and don't pay, and that's a problem. They can't. They have contract with. They can't have contract with outside. So we contract with them, and we contract with the other part, and we can provide them safety about job. Also, because of the Zoroastrian repetition, they can trust us for that.
They can trust you, but the company that hires is non-Zoroastrian, right? So, I mean, how can you vouch for the behavior of the employer?
We should have a contract with this company also.
Oh, you will pre-approve companies who can hire on this portal.
Yes.
So I think it'd be very, I think the space is very interesting. It's something that one would want to encourage. But I think, at least for me, I need to understand more of that kind of, what would differentiate? What's the actual market one is going after? Is it only Zoroastrians in Iran, or is it all qualified people in Iran, or what is the exact market? And then what are the differentiators? Like as what you just mentioned about the contracts with and pre-certification of companies and potential employees. I mean, that would be useful to know, I think, to decide
exactly.
what the business case is.
Because every time Parsis come to Iran and, for example, build a school or a hospital, they build for all Iranian. And also the service will be for all Iranian, but always Zoroastrian in a higher priority for us. Yes.
So you're saying that, again, to understand what he's asking, is you will do a contract with the company and you will employ the people. So they will be on your payroll.
Yes.
Yeah, he's saying yes.
Maybe I don't understand your question.
The students or the engineers will not be on your payroll, right? You're only bringing them together. You're only bringing the employer and the prospective employee together and earning this 5% commission in between, right?
Yes.
You're not, are you taking responsibility?
It's depend on the percentage. If we get more percentage, we take more responsibility about that.
Because he talked about behavior of the company, that the company is not Zoroastrian, so you cannot trust and they may not pay. But my question is also on the back end, which is the employee. So maybe that employee is inefficient and the company is right in not or stopping his salary or something. So in that case, what's your stand? And are you responsible then to pay the employee, or you also stop it? Who will have the onus of proving that the employee is efficient or inefficient and he's not performing in the job well, right? So the company, in fact, might be right in terminating the contract and stop paying him.
Okay. First of all, when we provide more services and take more responsibility, we give more percentage. And for the quality of workforce, because of that, we enter to the field of training. Because when we train people, we can say that they have a quality. So we can sure about their quality.
So you will interview them?
Yes, interview, also training after that. Because our relationship with the workforce is a long term. We train them and...
I get it, yeah. Yes. And how much funds you are raising exactly?
We can say fundraising. Last. But that's a pessimistic view, but we can go higher.
You're raising $18,000 US?
Yes. About 30.
So just in terms of a comment, I mean, we, for example, as a company, would be very interested in hiring engineers from Iran. We have to figure out the modalities of how we make it work and so on, but I think we could. From the business case and the investment in the business, I think at least I would like more understanding of, what's the differentiation, what's the market one's going after, how would one approach the market, how would one build that kind of credibility with employers, etc. Yeah?
Yes.
So,
Maybe we can send you a set of detailed questions to bring more clarity in our minds. Maybe you've got it worked out in your mind, but you're not fully able to explain to us, especially on this responsibility and all that. So we'll send you questions in detail, and you could answer them, and then we'll see how we can take it forward.
Yeah, to add to that, the shortcoming is also on my part as an investor, because I have to study the market of Iran. When you say 10 million people, youth and so on. So there is certain kind of market research, or the research that I have to do or my team has to do before going into it. So I would take the blame, not you. So you're trying to explain, I understand. But then I would also like to do the market research, add to his questionnaire, and that will help us, educate us basically to go to the next step.
Thanks, of course. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was a lovely presentation. Do we have any offers at the moment, or will we do the? Understood. Understood. Makes sense. Thank you. We move on to our last presentation. This is once again from Iran, and we have Arzu, who likes to play the piano and the taft, which is an Iranian musical instrument. And we have Parisa accompanying her, who's a foodie. Please give it up for Arzu and Parisa. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm so glad to see you again. Well, we are here to talk about and introduce Yaz Zoroastrian Cultural and Heritage Resort. Our brand is Iran Resort. Well, to start, I want to mention that Yaz is a historical and cultural city in the center of Iran. And it's a destination of a lot of local and international tourists. And because of this fact, we want to build a community there to have a lot of income from those tourists. For example, by building this community, we can have co-working space, restaurants, and a museum of artifacts. In the recent years, Yaz faced a lot of problems that I want to mention them. The first problem that Yaz just faced out is that there is a kind of lack of job opportunity there, which cause most youngsters to just immigrate from that city to big cities or other countries. The other problem that we have in Yaz is that we have abandoned houses, and they don't have any functionality or use for nobody. The third problem is that there is no permission for us to demolish these houses, and we can't rebuild these houses to get some profit out of there. And the other and the last problem that we just faced is that destruction causes unpleasant view in Yaz, as you can see. Knowing these kinds of problems, I want to give you some solution to solve these difficulties. We are just thinking that finding more job opportunities for Iranian Zoroastrian youngsters. Also, by repurposing the abandoned houses to use, we can make a community for tourists to get in touch with us. Also, building an ecosystem for people who want to experience Yaz cultural and history, for example, tourists and scholars and families and digital nomads can really help us. Well, as you can see, Iran population is about 90 million, and the total tourists of Iran is about 41 million. If we just assume that 47,000 people annually visit Yazd, our expectation is that we will have them about 0.5% in our community. So our target market is our target market consists of tourists, families, and digital nomads. And we have a lot of, we have other kinds of people that can visit this community, but the number of them are a little. We choose just 4 market channels to have revenue from them. The first one is online platforms like social media, like which the most famous of the social media is Instagram and TikTok. And the other one is that we want to advertise in some freelancers and digital nomads communities, like some websites that people are familiar with them. Also, we can ask some tour providers, mostly Yazdi ones, to make a tour and visit our community. And the last one, which is really important in Iranian community, is that we can have mouth-to-mouth marketing. As I mentioned before, our revenue stream is that by building such a kind of community, we can rent some rooms to travelers, tourists, and also by providing a flexible co-working space, they can buy some memberships from us. Also selling some digital nomad accessories like laptop or maybe phone or something like this can help us to have a revenue out of them. And also by establishing a Parsi restaurant, there we can have a unique Zoroastrian food, and we can provide unique Zoroastrian food and experience for them. For example, whenever they want to eat or drink something, they can just buy some beverage or food out of our Parsi restaurant. Well, I want to Arzu to continue this presentation.
So, based on our business, our revenue model, we estimate that annual revenue for the first year about 7,000. And we also consider that it takes some time for renovation. So that's the estimation that I think is accurate. And our cost that mainly is dedicated to renovation and also staff and marketing. Based on our estimation, about 2 years and a half, we will reach the break-even period, and because our company is asset-based and we have a building, so we evaluate our company based on the price of this building, that about 600,000, and we based on the cost we estimate, we want about 100,000 in exchange of about 80% share. And how to invest, how to spend these monies. As I mentioned, the large proportion is dedicated to house renovation and facilities we have to provide. And the other thing is we want to offer service as high-speed internet. So the other important thing for us, software infrastructure, website, software infrastructure, and also internet. And after that, a website for kind of marketing things and also introduce ourselves. And the other important thing is marketing and salary for staffs that we consider it. Because there are lots of potential in Yazd, and we find so many opportunities like creating co-working space, Parsi restaurant, health tourism, handicraft museum, and we think that we can expand these business lines also after this renovation and launch it. This is a big picture of business model canvas that we point out the main parts of it. And here is a stakeholder structure. And that's finished. Thank you for attention.
So I had some basic questions. The two of you live in Yazd?
Yes.
You do. So what is the attraction of Yazd as a tourist destination beyond Zoroastrians?
Actually, most people are attracted by monuments and historical sites and architecture of Yazd.
Because in terms of tourists, the percentage tourists coming to Yazd as a percent of total who come to Iran is very small.
Yes. Actually, these figures I mentioned is for national tourists, not international one. Because
they're national tourists.
We focus on national tourists, yeah.
Okay.
Iranian one.
And you don't expect to, you talked about abandoned houses. So, but they must be owned by someone, so you can't just go and occupy them and take them over, right? So you're not provided for any price to be paid to the owner.
Actually, he owns a house.
Oh, you
yeah, yeah.
You didn't say that.
Yeah, and it's about 1,000 square meters. Oh, yeah, plots. Okay, yeah. And with 16 rooms.
That was the photograph in the first slide, was it?
Photograph of the house?
Actually, we don't have, we didn't take a picture of that house.
This is the house? This is
Here is the house, yeah.
It's a big house, and it consists of 16 rooms. Also, with renovation, we can, I don't know, add more rooms.
But won't it take a lot more than $40,000 to renovate a 16-room home with air conditioning, plumbing, electricity, and?
Actually, because the labor cost and material in Iran related to other countries is, I think, is not really expensive, and because of that, it makes sense.
I have one question.
Yes.
You talked about the total tourist of Iran and so on, and then she mentioned that let's assume that 470,000 visit Yazd, and let's assume 0.5% are Zoroastrian. Am I right? So, this one.
Oh, we didn't mention about.
So our total number of share. Okay, total share. So why do you assume this? Does your government has some data about actual numbers on this?
Yes, it is based on the statistical website, our national statistical website.
Okay. So this is the real data that is happening right now.
Yes,
the source of this data
Alibaba.ir.
is Alibaba.ir.
Okay,
and you can also find in the
Okay, and right now you have this one house, and then you will have other houses. Do you need any government? Yeah, do you need any government approval for transforming a residential property into a hospitality property?
Yes.
And how easy is that process?
Actually, we need some permissions for this, but it's not really, a hard process and long process. It can be easy, yeah. And we also see and face these permission and license, so it's not really a big problem for us. Yeah.
So, one of my one of the recent visits when we were looking at the office, the Indian ambassador to Iran at that time was very interested. He was traveling around, and when I went there, he says, "Look, one of the places you have to go is Yazd." And he says the only problem is that there's no good place to stay. So there was, I mean, that's what I remember him saying. And so there's a lot of merit in doing up a place if it becomes a really attractive house as a destination that people can come and visit, and you could build a reputation over time. But I wonder whether one should look at this in, we probably would need more detail to decide on the prospect, meaning that, what does it actually take to do up the house, how, because I'm also, $40,000 wouldn't work in India. I mean, and India's costs are also reasonable. So, some basis for the cost estimate of doing up the house in terms of the contractors and so on. And then the revenue stream. The revenue stream could perhaps be even more attractive in terms of, that how many rooms would be rented out, what's the average occupation that one would need, and so on.
Yes,
Yeah.
we have also an Excel that show the detail of this income and cost. We can show
We can show it
after presentation, we will show this. And this cost actually, because his father is working on these houses, and we interviewed with him and found out about these prices.
The Naushad, to add to that, I even grilled them on the per square meter thing. So they were pretty clear that it's $100, it's $50. So we've actually gone per square meter and assumed that he gave us the area of the house. So fair bit of numbers they have done, but I agree we'll have to do a lot of more homework on that. More of backup data.
Thank you.
We could send you some more questions and you could answer them a little more elaborately.
Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. By the way, with the organization's permission, I want to say something when they are here for 2 minutes, and that is out of context, but that will be very delightful for the Zoroastrian audience here, I'm sure. So this is a personal story, and the story goes like this, that I was married in 2005, and let me stand. So I was married in 2005, and we went on a honeymoon, me and my wife, to Goa. And in Goa, in the same resort that we were there was another couple came for honeymoon. There was a Iranian Zoroastrian lady married to Indian Zoroastrian guy who came to the same resort. And then, over breakfast and all we got. And then I asked her, what is your name? And she said her name is Parisa. Okay? And the name really sounded so nice. And then we came back to the room and I said to my wife that if we get a daughter, and she was very adamant, my wife, that we will get only one child, not two. It's too much of a hassle. So I said, if we get a daughter, we will name her Parisa. Okay? So she said, yeah, and the name is nice, but there is no meaning to it. I said, tomorrow for the breakfast, we will ask the name of the meaning of Parisa, right? But we Hindus have a very bad habit of relating everything to the spirituality and the mythology of Hinduism. So my wife, the same evening, checked with her whoever and said that, does this name Parisa carry any meaning? Our daughter is not yet born. We are there for the honeymoon. Okay, so we are that, that proactive. Yeah. So somebody told, and then I checked and so on. So there is a stone called Paris in Indian mythology. And like a Midas touch, if you know the story, that stone, it's a stone, right? But if it touches iron piece, the iron turns into gold. okay? And that stone is called Paris, with Paris, so double E, right? And then she said that, this is a very nice name, so that my daughter comes in touch with any person, that person turns into gold. I said, the only problem is the daughter remains the stone, no addition to her own life. So we were like joking about it and so on, okay? Unfortunately, that Parisa had checked out and left, and I never met her again in my life, and I could not ask what is the name of Parisa there. My daughter was born in 2008, and God gave us a daughter, and only one. My wife stuck to the promise, and we named her Parisa. The only compromise I did because of my family's pressure is my daughter's name is Pareesa, and that's it. But I think the Parisa name came from there, and then I met another Iranian Zoroastrian lady called Parisa today. So that's amazing. I mean, I'm going to narrate
Meant
this
to
to
be.
my wife.
Absolutely. Lovely.
Yeah. You made my day. Absolutely.
Okay, everyone's hungry. Let's conclude. And so, before I end my last remarks, why are we doing this? And why in WZCC is this concept like Tiger's Den or Shark Tank? What is the purpose of this, right? And as you all have seen the participants pitching, it's very nerve-wracking, but at the same time, it's a must for every entrepreneur to go through that fire. And I think for us in our community, it's no question that we have the best of the best stalwarts in business in every industry, whether it's plastics from Sir and media to manufacturing. And so the key here, and I've at least seen this personally as well, is that we have these amazing entrepreneurs in different parts of the world, whether any corner of the world you go, and they're all willing to help. They're all willing to support young Zoroastrians. They're very much keen to, in any capacity, mentor them, guide them, and our board does that very often. So for us, I hope this concept continues post my term, and it's a great example of getting these people on board. So thank you so much for all the sharks. We're always grateful. They've always come step forward. Thank you. Forget it. It's my last term now. I can make these mistakes. Also, personally, I want to say this, and I tell all the participants and young Zoroastrians around the world that WZCC for me also has helped me a lot in my business. I've got so many of my new startup investors from here. So I encourage as many youngsters to please come forward and try to start businesses. Make sure that they use these kind of platforms. And we've shortlisted 4. Hopefully in the future, through this platform, we spawn another few billion-dollar companies which do social good work. And that's the aim and ambition. So thank you so much, and one round of applause for the amazing participants. Guys, round of applause, please. Thank you so much. And I'll just hand it over to Rashna. So, come. Kaisas? Radman? You just take a picture. Hormas, please, could you join them? Hormas has been one of the mentors for them for this entire session, and key guy to get them to refine their pitch the way they have. So thank you once again. And Rashna, go ahead. Naushad, one moment.
We just want to felicitate.
No. We need you for a moment. Hold on. One last moment. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much to all the Tigers for giving this opportunity to our participants. And, the event aligns with WZCC's mission of fostering economic prosperity within the Zardozi community by supporting and nurturing the innovative business ventures. And I would now just like to request Mr. Behram Pastakia to come on stage and felicitate Mr. Naushad Forbes for the contribution, for just being a part of this event with us. It's just a small token of appreciation. Please. Wherever you're comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Can I request Mr. Adi Siganpuria to felicitate Mr. Mandar Joshi? Can I request Mr. Sam Vadia to please felicitate Mr. Arzan Vadia, I'm sorry, to felicitate Mr. Sam Valsara. And last but definitely not the least, I would like to request Captain Master to please felicitate our mentor, Hormaz, without whom I don't think the decks would have been possible, and he really helped the participants a lot. So please, a big round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you. Sure.
So I don't know how many of you know, but why I was encouraged to do this was because in 2020 in Lonavala, I had also pitched. So I was one of the startups, and I tasted success, and I found the investors very, very engrossed and engaging. And that time Nadir sir was there, and then I could see the interest in his eyes, and he was making eye contact. And I said, something's going right over here. So at that time, he didn't say anything, but when it ended, I quickly went to him and I said, "Sir, what do we do?" He said, "Just come to my office and we'll see." And that's that. And so now we have him with him. So I really want to encourage every budding entrepreneur over here to use this format effectively, because WZCC is doing a wonderful job over here. And see, the challenge is that people are a little scared of leaving their jobs. So that's the thing which it's a gut call at times. So that is a thing which a personal opinion is there, but I think now Indian economy is giving that opportunity for youngsters to take that leap of faith and see if they can become entrepreneurs. And then there are these forums which are helping people like us. So thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And lunch is served, I believe. No? Not yet.
Folks, I'm just going to hijack the stage just for 2 seconds, okay? On behalf of the International Board, can I have a massive round of applause, please, for this guy over here, okay, Jihan Kotwal, who for the last few years, okay, has worked tirelessly in promoting entrepreneurship and professionalism for our youth, okay? So Jihan, man, thank you so much. Your work is so appreciated. Yeah? Thank you, guys.
I would like to call upon Dr. Villu Morawala Patel.
Hi, everybody, and I don't want to keep you all too far from the lunch. This is just a short film to introduce what's called the 10,000 Avesta Genome Project, and to invite all WZCC to participate and be part of this enormous, large, ambitious adventure that is global in nature. And let me start with this. Perhaps that'll give you a... Is this the...
Who are the Parsis and what makes their genetic repository unique for large-scale genomic studies? It all begins over 1,000 years ago. A number of ships carrying a small group of Zoroastrians from Khorasan and Pars in modern-day Iran sailed southward towards the coast of Gujarat, India, escaping religious persecution and to preserve their freedom to practice the ancient Zoroastrian faith. The 10,000 Avesta Genome Project is a landmark, first of its kind, comprehensive, integrated systems biology genomics biobank database of the Zoroastrians for the deep understanding of human disease.
It was 2007 and there were many transformational changes going on in the social fabric of our community, which prompted me to look within and see for myself that if there was something I could do here. And being a scientist and also a Parsi, I felt by some higher calling that perhaps it was my role to take on this challenge.
The Avesta Genome Project was conceptualized 10 years back and is a pioneer in population-based genomic studies leading to precision medicine and targeted therapeutics. One of the most recent significant outcomes we've had is the assembly of the world's first Zoroastrian Parsi mitochondrial and whole genome sequence assembly.
The Avesta Genome Project found that at the mitochondrial level, Parsis shared haplogroup similarity to Neolithic Iranians, communities of the Caspian Pontic Steppes and the Altai Mountains, indicative of the unique genomic landscape of the contemporary Zoroastrian Parsi among Indian and European communities. 217 unique variants linked to longevity and 41 longevity-associated disease phenotypes across the majority of the haplogroups were found.
One of the more recent exciting trends we've seen is the association between the Parsi lifestyle and some disorders that link it to pancreatitis. We've recently hit on a huge pool of mutations that could predispose the community to chronic pancreatitis or pancreas-associated conditions like the onset of type 1 diabetes. And the gene we're working on in this is called PRSS1. It is very interesting because it predominantly controls the enzymes required to break down food and aid in the absorption of nutrition.
It was a very satisfying experience to be a part of India's largest in-depth epidemiological study conducted by the Avesta Genome Project. As a member of the team, I had the opportunity to interact with the participants and to record their social and family histories. What impressed me greatly throughout the collection drive spanning 8 cities was the enthusiasm with which members of the community came forward to participate in the project. It showcased the innate generosity that Parsis had for contributing towards a good cause. We visited Parsi-dominated areas like Navsari, Surat, Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Pune, Secunderabad and Hyderabad, Bangalore, as well as Delhi, and collected 4,500 samples from participants of all ages. The projection for the future is to collect 10,000 samples not only of Parsis living within India, but extend the scope to Zoroastrians outside India as well. Combined with the genomic, genealogical, nutritional and psychological data, this study constitutes a treasure house of information about the Parsi community. Collection of such inclusive data and analyzing and studying it is a Herculean task and extremely expensive as well.
The Avesta Genome Project is at the cutting edge of providing a tremendous amount of genomic-derived data and is clearly the way forward for patient-centric treatment in the future.
The Avesta Genome Project is leading to groundbreaking insights with continued findings into the role of genomics in precision medicine. Precision medicine offers tailored treatments to patients based on their personal genetics.
The Avesta Genome Project is an initiative of vital importance in the space of precision medicine with far-reaching benefits not only for the Parsis Zoroastrians but the world at large. I urge the community to lend your support and contribution towards the completion of this project. I'm sure this is going to be extremely useful because it will bring forth traits which are responsible for certain disease conditions, like, for example, cancer of the breast, Parkinsonism, Alzheimer's disease.
Large-scale population-based genomic sequencing projects like the Avesta Genome Project are demonstrating impact on disease diagnosis in patients with actionable outcomes, especially for cancers, autoimmune disorders, and neurodegenerative diseases and such rare disorders. And this is now relevant at the clinical hospital level. I appeal to the community to join hands and contribute with Avastagen to deliver this project.
Discoveries from studies such as these eventually belong to humanity. Be a part of our journey and leave a lasting legacy for the well-being of future generations by supporting the Avesta Genome Project.
So this is a 5-minute cover of all what we have done thus far. Collection is in place. The biobank is in place. It's been some years now, and we have sequenced around 500 whole Parsi genomes, which has resulted in a huge outcome of data. I'm an old war horse. I've already set up Avesta Gen, 24 years old. Next year will be my 25 years also of Avesta Gen, along with WZCC's 25 years. But this adventure is phase 2 Avesta Gen. It's part 2. And this is a global initiative. And how can you be part of this global initiative? So after knocking doors and traveling around the world promoting this project, it was very clear that there are significant outcomes from this project that's not only applicable to our Parsi community, but it will be the final act of benevolence of the community towards the entire world, because outcomes from this project will benefit all humanity. The outcomes, that whether it's in biomarkers and new treatments and advanced cell therapies that come out of this project, the Parsi population is critical because it's endogamous, and it's a population that has passed through many bottlenecks to arrive at where it is today. Clearly has biomarkers for longevity and diseases associated with longevity. So it provides a perfect population to study, bring out outcomes, and make them available to communities across the world for every race and every type based on biomarkers, because precision medicine is the next frontier, and we are right there in that moment, in that time. But while traveling, it was very clear to me that the kind of funding needed for this project is significant if we are to reach our goals. And, we can say that if we are to deliver 3 outcomes for main diseases at the level of therapy, you need a minimum of 100 million USD, 100 million. So while we can walk towards the 100 million, but because of new technologies that have emerged in AI, ML, and the data, we are data guys. We are generating humongous data from the sequences. So the technologies are moving. All the big tech players are already there, like Google, and through Alphabet, they have entered. Everyone's out there, Apple, and our Elon Musk, and everybody is into this game. So new softwares and new AI mining tools and all are being made available. So how do we leapfrog? So we have to leapfrog. Here is my data. First and foremost, what I want to present to the community is the community should support us. We are already in discussions with Fazana to form an MOU. So for the US, and so A-Genome LLC has been set up in the United States because that's where we can raise that kind of funding in the shortest possible time, which is, as I mentioned, 100 million. And so we start by establishing a base. I need the crutches of the community. We need the support all along through all our organizations, as well as of the government of India, because I'm talking there. I met the principal scientific advisor, and I said, you guys, you have to do it. This is the community here, and it's important. So there is big interest also from the government of India, as well as for the big fundraise and to set up a top-line science project We base ourselves in the United States also. We have opened our stem cell company in UK. So we are going global. So that's what I've written here. Basically, it's Avesta Genome Project is a registered private limited company, 100% owned by AvestaGen. Agenome USA is a separate company out there in the US, which will have access to the entire Avesta Genome Project to work on its science, build grants, build funding and take it across to not only India, but different geographies. I have to put Iran there. Iran, India, US, Commonwealth, and what I call the right side of Bosphorus, because if you look at the population and as it's emerging from studies that this population through the mitochondrial genome is 30,000 years old. It's come down from the Arctic Circle through the Caucasus right down to Iran, and then again had to face another bottleneck of coming in India. So all these bottlenecks create very interesting gene profiles. And that is the key and our strength in this community that drives us to be leaders. So I've left the investor relations at avestagen.com. As I mentioned, we are working with Fazana already, and we want all the institutions to be part of it, including WZCC and all its chapters. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vilu. That's very informative. Yeah? Okay. We will be breaking out for lunch, and we should be back in 45 minutes. Before that, a short announcement. Now, this is a book, Iran Shah Legacy Restored, by our own Shahpurji Palanji, which in this book, there's a complete insight of the recently renovated Iran Shah. One must read this, and it's very good. It's available at the stall at the reception. You can pick up from there. The cost of 3,000. The cost of this book is 3,000. You can.
To let you know that ZF in US has given Agenome $50,000 to get started and do the office. So one idea was that if people want to donate small amounts to Agenome, $1,000, $5,000, $10,000, when this company grows and goes public, that 5,000 could be 50,000 or 100,000, and that would stay with WZCC, would stay with ZF. So your donation of 1,000, 2,000, if this project succeeds, could be $50,000 or whatever it could be. So it's just a thought of a risk-based suggestion which could generate a lot of dollars for WZCC.
Welcome back. I'm sure we all had a delicious meal. I can see the smiling faces. Okay. Viraf would like to make a few announcements.
Last session of the conclave. Almost. It's only the gala night left. Okay. Some important announcements. I had told you on the first day that the bus is a little bit of a challenge. Everyone who's coming to Turf Club by bus, please come down at 5:30 p.m. today in the main lobby and report to Vistas. He'll be here. Vistas and Benaz. You know both of them. 5:30, we want the bus to start at 5:40 sharp from here. If we reach early, we can finish our program early, and we can have our cocktails, dinner, and dance in the nice open air early. So please, if anyone is not coming, please inform him so he doesn't wait for you, if you're coming by some other mode of transport. Those who are coming tomorrow to Wakefield, and a lot of you had said yes, and I'm very disappointed that you all are not giving your names here, because we've made arrangements. Wakefield has made available goodies and tasting of all their products. It doesn't look nice. So those of you who are still sitting on the fence and in Pune, please give your names to Ronnie Shroff outside, and please come tomorrow. Tomorrow, we should leave from here at 9:45, latest 10 o'clock. So, international board directors, we should finish our post-AGM meeting by 9:45 latest. And while you are here, your spouses can check out. And please have breakfast before the meeting. For those who are staying here and coming straight by bus to Wakefield, have your breakfast, check out, and please be ready at latest 9:45. You can keep your bags here, the bus will come back here, and from here you can disperse. Those of you who are not going straight to Bombay by car. Any questions? You can't check out in the evening, no, because you'll stay the night, no. You can check out early tomorrow morning, but not you. Yeah, of course, I'm sure. Any other questions? All right. We're almost to the end. What remains is something which is really important. The strategy plan, its implementation. It's not a boring subject. It's the way WZCC is going to go forward in the years to come. And all of you have some role to play in it. So this is not something that only the directors or the global president has made up. This is for you. You are going to walk this path with us for the next few years. So without any further ado, can I please call Farokh Misri to take us through the strategy plan session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Viraf. And it is my pleasure to be the moderator for this session. And as Viraf has said, the strategic plan is very important. It is a looking ahead strategic plan in terms of where we want to go and how we want to do it. So there are two very important issues, where we want to go, how we want to do it, and the third one, which is very important, is how are we going to measure our progress as we proceed. It is flexible, it is resilient, and now I'm going to call on Percy Master, whose brainchild this is, to come and introduce us to this wonderful and beautiful document. Percy.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Please don't go to sleep, because then it would be a real tragedy if you don't go through this. So before I begin, I want to really thank the Pune chapter, Viraf Debu and Temas Barucha, for bringing that one program yesterday where all the senior WZCC members gave their inputs, their ideas for WZCC, what we should be doing and how we should be doing. And I'm very grateful to it, because I was listening quietly and I made notes of what needs to be done. I'm very thankful to all of you for giving us this valuable advice. We will discuss this amongst ourselves. And I think Arzan was right on target when he said that as a Chamber of Commerce, we should concentrate only on the commerce part of it. So I think we will try and see that we don't deviate ourselves, and we try and do as much as possible for the entrepreneurs and the professionals of our community, because that is the main focus of this. Regarding having some commercial activity to support the funding and the running of WZCC, the ideas are good, but how to implement them, we have to really apply our mind to it. Because to start any commercial activity, first we must have the money to start off with. So we'll think about it. A lot of people have given me ideas. And always, learning is a continuous process, and nobody is perfect. So we have to keep on learning, keep on improving as we go along. And I'm very grateful to all of you who came here yesterday and listened to what our senior directors had to say. So you all must have, I hope, received this pamphlet in your goodie bag or on your table or whatever. This was the strategic plan which was introduced in London in July 2023. And it has got just a very brief idea of what the strategic plan is all about. But we will discuss it in detail once again here. So in 2022, we started discussing how the WZCC path towards sustainable growth should be. We investigated various ecosystems to achieve our goal. The one that we liked was the Harvard Business School ecosystem for startups for entrepreneurs. A few of the points were taken from this ecosystem. However, WZCC has a mission to develop youth for future generations, impart on them the knowledge and wisdom that is required to be a successful entrepreneur or an outstanding professional. Our community has always excelled in these fields, and we are proud of it. Coupled with these outstanding achievements, we have also been philanthropists and do a lot of social activities. So the strategic plan has been developed on the principle of intellectual, economic, and finally the social values. You know, in order to achieve the above goals, you have to follow the path of righteousness. Yeah, later on I'll do it. I'll do it. So in order to achieve the above goals, you have to follow the path of righteousness. I had explained that yesterday in my AGM statement also. There is only one path, and that is the path of righteousness. There are no two ways to this. So never be disheartened and never give way to the deadly emotions of anger, envy, fear, and greed. Always be optimistic. Our future generations should have the quality of leadership with trust. Today we heard so many people, and yesterday also, that our community is famous for leadership with trust. Other communities trust us when there is an option for them to choose between two personnel. Don't you lead with compassionate. Don't dictate, but indicate. Carry the team with you always. These are the hallmarks of a true leader. Shouting and screaming is not going to make you a good leader. So because in this lies the future of our community. Why are we so keen to introduce and develop this strategic plan? There is a reason behind it. It is well known that our community is dwindling. We are an aging community, and we have barely 20 to 30% of youth available to us today. In this highly competitive world, it is very important that we encourage intellectual and economic growth. According to me, our community is already at a very critical stage. We must also realize that most of our youngsters are immigrating to USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and other parts of the world, where better opportunities are available. They also pursue higher studies overseas. In this scenario, the existence and future of our community in India is at stake. This is the place where it all started. Our foundation is here in India. If we don't take immediate corrective action, we will lose the bus. It is therefore extremely important for parents to encourage and cultivate youngsters from the early age of their lives to become entrepreneurs and professionals of high repute and maintain the glory of our community. If we want our future generations to succeed, then our time starts now. With these few words, we would like to present to you today our PowerPoint presentation of the strategic plan. We will explain to you what we intend to do in the coming years. Please give your attention because our community needs a path that our seniors and youth must follow. The future is in our hands, and unless we have a determined mission in mind, we will not be able to achieve it. So as a global president, it is my endeavor to implement a strategic plan to achieve the mission of WZCC over the years. To operationalize a WZCC ecosystem, to empower Zarthustis with an entrepreneur and professional mindset, to avail of the opportunity to further the WZCC mission. Develop a global networking system with other chambers of commerce and WZCC. Exchange business contacts and networking between members of both chambers. The purpose of the chamber is to network, and we would like our youngsters to do networking with other chambers of commerce. We must broaden our horizon. We cannot be cocooned by discussing everything within our community. It is not going to help. The world is progressing, and we must see the ideas that are forthcoming from other chambers of commerce, from other communities, what they are doing, and what we must do to keep in tune with it, and how to compete with them. Now, this can only come if we interact, if we network. So as you can see on the screen, in order to make the strategic plan functional and result-oriented, we have to make a strategic plan, how to do it. So WZCC mission, which we have already mentioned and which we'll mention again, is the very purpose of WZCC. We have created various trusts to define this mission and how to achieve it. A strategy for each trust has been made to support this mission. Tactics are developed to fulfill those strategies. Activities are undertaken to support these tactics. Regular assessment of outcomes and identify modifications to ensure that the strategic plan remains relevant and to the mission and be coordinated by the WZCC Coordinating Committee. As we go and as we progress over the years, the WZCC strategic plan may require a little tweak here and there. We should not hesitate to do that, because that is how progress is always made. So, the WZCC mission provides an opportunity for those who seek to create intellectual, social, and economic values beyond resources controlled and maximize the nexus between the three values for sustainable development for the good of Zarthustis and other communities. We have always not only looked after our community, but we have looked after the world as a whole. There is no discrepancy between communities when you do something good. So we have created these various trusts, and in order to make them successful, we have put coordinator under each trust to see that the goals are met. So for the first trust, promote intellectual, economic, and social value, we have Farokh Mistry, ably assisted by Karishma Koka, to see this through. For youth to the fore, we have got now our new International Youth Director, Rashna Jiani, to look after it. Women empowerment, Beroz Daruwala will now be handing over charge to Ketayun Kapadia, and I'm quite sure that both of them will take it forward. Chapter development and membership is looked after by Viraf Debu, and we are constantly on the lookout for new membership, new chapters, and create new regions, which you will see in 2024. Empower entrepreneurs. Edel Davar and Zarek Dastur are going to talk to you how they intend to do this and take it forward. Communication and outreach. When we are doing all these activities, we need to develop our WZCC brand worldwide. And for that, Percy Setna has developed a plan how he is going to go about it. So as you can see, we have not just created trust and strategic plan, we have put everything in motion with persons in charge. Now, how to implement them is the next step. Okay. Yeah, that's correct. Sure. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So the implementation of plan is very important. So we will, to facilitate educating WZCC professionals, we are carrying it out through webinars, courses, workshops, etc. Facilitate mentoring and entrepreneurial-minded Zarthustis. We are trying to mentor our youngsters how to become good entrepreneurs. Facilitate action by WZCC chapters through networking and leveraging to promote people, planet, and prosperity. Empower entrepreneurs through mentoring of leadership and financing of the enterprise. Facilitate communication, outreach, and networking, local, national, and international through various media. WZCC Coordinating Committee to coordinate activities to achieve the purpose of WZCC. So there are going to be coordinators for each trust, and there is a committee which is going to monitor the progress, what the coordinators are doing, and set goals for the future. I think that is the best way to implement this plan. WZCC office to provide administrative support to activities to achieve purpose of the WZCC. A back office is very important to see that everything is properly coordinated, all global chapters are properly advised. So it is very important to have a very efficient administrative office. WZCC fundraising. Raising of funds for Central Administrative Office has already been created and is working fine. But as I said, we need more funds to do all the other activities which we intend to do. Then finally, WZCC networking with various chambers of commerce. So here we are already, I think, signed with 2 chambers. We are going to sign one tomorrow, today rather, sorry. And 2 are in the pipeline. And the most important thing is that we are in fact, today only I received a communication from International Chamber of Commerce that they are going to include us in their system of chambers, which are about 200 chambers are there in this International Chamber of Commerce. And if they have taken several interviews, we have given them all the data that they wanted, and if we are accepted by them, then I think we will open up a networking which we have not seen so far. You know? Next slide. So as you can see, around the WZCC logo, we have our 3 principal items which we want to develop: the intellectual, economic, and social. So unless we are educated, highly educated in this world, we will not have the economic ability to become good entrepreneurs and professionals. And finally, as per our religion, we always do social work at the end of it. So how are we going to develop this ecosystem which we have developed? Facilitate education, facilitate mentoring, facilitate action by WZCC chapters through networking and leveraging, empower entrepreneurs, facilitate communication and outreach, WZCC Coordinating Committee, WZCC Central Administrative Office, WZCC Fundraising, WZCC Networking with other chambers of commerce. These are the tools which are going to be used to complete and fulfill our ecosystem. Next. So for Trust 1, We are going to conduct webinars to empower people to learn how to create intellectual, social, and economic value beyond resources controlled. Spotlights for different age groups and interest groups, which we are already conducting, I think, for the past 2 years. And we are going to continue with it because it is extremely interesting to see what our youngsters and our community members have done globally. We are not even aware of what people are doing because we are in India, we don't get that type of exposure. But when you see them doing and what they've developed, it is really very remarkable. So it is wrong to say that our community is not progressing. Community is progressing. There is no doubt in it. We have got all the talent in our youth to do it. We need to channelize it properly. Activities, courses to understand sustainable development, entrepreneurship, taking calculated risks, etc. Courses for different age groups and interest groups. So even education is being encouraged by us. So for developing ecosystem, we need to have knowledge and skill building ability. So how do we raise awareness of what that WZ, World Zarathustra, stands for in WZCC? Namely sustainable, namely sustainable development, relevant global celebrations, etc. Think globally, act locally. Catch them young entrepreneur program like Holiday Youth Program. Now we have also introduced recently for youngsters between the age of 14 and 18, free membership in WZCC. And between 18 to 21, student membership. So that should encourage. We have recently interacted with XYZ and Zing organizations. We are in talk with them, and they are also very keen for the youth to participate with WZCC. So I'm quite sure that in 2024, we will be having some youngsters in the audience when we meet next. We want to cater to different age groups, cater to diverse needs of business, encourage women and youth in the best way possible. Leverage our resources from other organizations and communities and sources. So as I said, we have to broaden our horizon. We have to interact with communities outside the Zoroastrian community and learn from them. Because let us face it, they are all progressing now. In the olden days, we were a very highly educated community and we had all the wherewithal to do what we wanted to do. Now the competition has overtaken us. There are other communities who are doing very well, extremely well, in fact, highly educated. So we have to develop our youth power to compete with them. And that can only be done through education. So we have to transform this knowledge into action to promote people, planet, and prosperity. So how do we do that? We facilitate action by WZCC chapters through networking with other chambers of commerce and leveraging activities with other entities to promote people, planet, and prosperity. This should be done locally, nationally, and finally internationally. So further, continuing with it, we have to raise funds and ensure tangible outcomes, which of course we are going to do now. Finance startups in WZCC startups funding that create economic and social values. So we are already doing that and we have to improve on it because now slowly our startup funding is taking shape and people are getting aware of it. And we would not like to disappoint any applicant who comes to WZCC. So for that we need to have enough funds and we are going to approach a lot of high net individuals in the coming weeks. We have to finance graduate education of entrepreneurially minded Zarathustris. There are various trusts in India already who finance education, but I think we will do it in a very sustained manner. If we have enough funds, like ZF has done in North America, they have already financed some scholarships, given some scholarships for higher education. We should also do that in India through BSc once we have enough funds to do that. Our first priority would be the startups. Make donors aware of the tangible outcomes of their donations. We have to constantly brief our donors what we are doing. Give them, we have made a brochure for all the entrepreneurs whom we have financed. Mr. Sam Balsara was instrumental in doing that. Thank you, Sam. And we have now printed those brochures, and whenever we approach any individual, we already send it to him or her that this is what we have already achieved. And if you can support our community, then so much the better. You are giving back to the community when you have prospered. Next. So trust number 5, WZCC ecosystem. Yesterday, I think it was Arzan who I think told us that we should maintain a calendar for WZCC events around the world. That is also on our strategic plan. In fact, most of the things which were mentioned yesterday, I think 50-60% is already in our strategic plan. The balance which we have come to know yesterday, we will try and see what we can do. Messaging appropriate for all members and public at large. We are already publishing newsletter, which is going on the website. So I think even non-members can now look at our newsletters and what WZCC is doing. Publishing of newsletter that includes news, events, and awareness. This is being done very efficiently now. Developing and curating information on a web platform, social media presence. This is also being dealt with very efficiently with Rashna Sanjana and her team. We are going to give opportunities, curated webinars, curated spotlights, curated courses, how to best practices, start a business, get into graduate school, etc., etc. List of mentors for the creation of intellectual wealth, social wealth, and economic wealth. Most of these things are going to be on the website now. So you can go on the website, interact, listen to or download all the things which we are doing. So it will be a very open webinar where constantly it is being updated. We have made a system whereby the websites are not going to remain idle. They are going to be constantly updated every week to see that we are current in all ways possible. Next. So component 6, coordinate to achieve purpose of WZCC. What are the tactics we are going to use? That is very important. Continue developing, maintaining, and enhancing the infrastructure to support the activities of the components of the WZCC ecosystem. Continue monitoring the activities of components of the WZCC ecosystem to ensure continuous improvement. What are the activities we are going to do? To be defined by committee members through consultations with trust coordinators. Now, as I mentioned, coordinators of each trust are going to carry out the activities to achieve our goals. But whether they are able to do it or whether they require some guidance, this is going to be done by a WZCC coordinating committee, which we have now not made it personality based. It is going to be position based. So a global president, a global vice president, global past president and secretary will form this committee. So who are current in that position will form the committee and will mentor, set goals and see that the targets are achieved. So we don't want our strategic plan to be only on paper. We want it to see that it is completed, targets are achieved, then only our chamber will progress. Then only we will achieve our goals which we are going to do. So with this very brief introduction of the strategic plan, I would now request our coordinators to come and give their achievements and their goals, which we are going to do for the first quarter up to March 2024. Because after they complete their goals, in April when we have our international board meeting, we'll discuss whether the goals have been achieved, why they have not been achieved, what needs to be done to get it achieved. So all these things are going to be discussed, and it is not going to be left in any individual's hand. So with these few words, I would request Aspi Atia now to come and share his slide of the thing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Captain Master said, the strategic plan is very important for WZCC to go forward. I, as a CEO of WZCC, maintain the Central Administrative Office. The strategy of Central Administrative Office is to provide administrative support to activities of WZCC to achieve the purpose of WZCC. Tactics to provide administrative IT support for all activities of the components of WZCC ecosystem, maintain records of WZCC, provide information to WZCC coordinating committees. The Central Administrative Office also keeps records of membership, correspondence with WZCC members, government agencies, and others. It handles IT associated with maintaining the website, access to the social media, webinars, yearly conclaves, outstanding awards, communications, bookkeeping, and records. It also maintains accounts to ensure financial compliance with the Charity Commissioner, income tax, expenses associated with promoting of education. That is all. Thank you.
Next one. Zexis Dastur, since he's not here, I will go through his slides. Jamshid? Yeah.
I had only one question of Aspi, which I wanted to know. What is it from this?
Come later on. I'm going to coordinate the discussion later on.
Oh, okay. All right. That's it.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't know.
Yeah. Good afternoon, one and all. I'm reading this on behalf of Xerxes Dastur, who can't be here, unfortunately. So this is in regard to fundraising for the central administration and other activities of WZCC. The strategy that is there is to provide financial support running of the WZCC office and seed funding for new and developing WZCC chapters worldwide. The tactics, as we call it, the purpose and operationalize a plan to raise funds for the running of the office and seed funding, as I had mentioned earlier, and developing chapters. The funding, they hope that by 2025 create a corpus of INR 2 crores, the equivalent in US dollars and pounds, that generates income to support the WZCC Central Administration Office, and the running costs of INR 20 lakhs, again the equivalent in brackets, to ensure that contributors recognize the tangible outcomes of their contributions. What is being planned is from this month onwards, and he says this is what is completed and what they hope to achieve by March. Achieved is establishing a fundraising committee to get contributions from chapters, businesses, and fundraisers. Then nail down in the context of the WZCC ecosystem what the strategy and tactics that were mentioned earlier. Post-relevant, that is to ensure that the strategies, tactics, activities, and others are actually mentioned on the WZCC website and open a bank account. And for the future, all chapters to sponsor obtain at least one advertisement for the website, which will help and finance the Central Administrative Office and India region chapters to continue their contributions as before to CEO. Next, please. Yes, so this is mine. This is very, very interesting because we've always heard in, past conferences and global that we are all ultimately a chambers of commerce. And with our global president and our other friends, we said, let's get this working and get this running on the ground. So the objective, the strategy is to get the MOU signed between WZCC and other chambers of commerce, not only in India but around the world. The tactics is, as they say it, to develop personal relationships with leaders of other chapters, leaders and members actually. WZCC chapters will provide the leads, identify the nexus between WZCC and other chapters. Now, what we have already done is, and we have achieved this, we have visited the Goa Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We had an MOU earlier that has been revived, and I think that's, Goa is a wonderful place, so please do visit. Then we've had the British Columbia India Business Network in Vancouver, Canada. We've done that, of course, virtually, and that was also achieved. We've spoken to the World Trade Center in Mumbai. Mrs. Rupa Naik is in charge, and hopefully that will be done. We've spoken to the Asian Chamber of Hospitality Industry, which is also a unique chamber of commerce that deals with hospitality and based in Pune. Then we're in talks with the chamber in Pennsylvania, that's the Chester County Economic Development Council. And of course, the effort is not only now, but continuously is being made to increase these number of collaborations. So there are a 2 or 3 step process that we follow. We'll be reaching out to these chambers of commerce and then, taking it ahead. So that's from my side. Thank you so much.
Thrust 1, the focus of Thrust 1 is to promote intellectual, economic, and social value. And I'm pleased, I'm extremely grateful to Karishma Koka for the support that she has provided. It's unfortunate that she cannot be here today. The strategy that we have employed is the following. We wish to empower, it's a very important word, empower Zarathustra students to learn how to create intellectual, social, and economic value beyond resources controlled and maximize the nexus between the three. When we talk about students, it is not just people who are young. It could be people who've retired and say, hey, look, I wish to go into business. It could be ladies who now want to get back into the workforce after being out of the workforce for some time. Our focus here is on entrepreneurially minded people. So we are not interested in going along and being everything to everybody. This is for entrepreneurially minded people. So our focus, we say clearly that that's what we want to do. We are not going to do things that Fazana does, which is for the entire community, or the VPP does, which is for the entire community. We're going to focus on entrepreneurially minded people. The tactics that we have adopted is that we're going to have webinars and dialogues to empower people to learn how to create intellectual, economic, and social value beyond the resources controlled. We're going to have spotlights for different age groups and interest groups. We're going to have activities and courses to understand sustainable development, because in the mission, we say sustainable development. What does sustainable development mean? There's a difference from business sustainability to societal sustainability to other types of sustainability. What does this mean? How do we use sustainable development in the context of the WZCC and not the generic notion of sustainable development? Activities and courses to foster entrepreneurship and taking calculated risks that Idil keeps talking about, which is extremely important. So it's not just giving a course and saying this is what you do, but how do you proceed systematically in an organized fashion that you could have the data after having done the market search and things like that to say, yes, I'm ready to take the calculated risk. How does the individual feel confident in saying, guess what, I'm going to make a decision that involves risk with limited information. And of course, we are looking at courses for different age groups and interest groups. And I want to stress, entrepreneurs are not just the youth. Entrepreneurs are people who wish to say, all right, I want a new life, I want to do something else. So activities to March 31st, 2024. WZCC Spotlights, we have 2 organized. One is Vishwas Kharbari. He was the president of UT Arlington in the United States on February the 24th. And Tanas Godiwala on April the 21st. It's April the 21st, we've changed it. And then we want to spotlight WZCC award winners. We have these in different categories, and in the year that unfolds, we will work with different categories so you see a blend of people, and we highlight them in the context of the creation of intellectual value, economic value, and social value. It's not just coming along and saying, oh, you're a great guy, you're a great guy, you're a great guy, this is how I live my life. We are interested in drawing out from them how what they have done ties to the WZCC mission. We're going to continue working with the Iranian Zoroastrian Youth Network. The feedback that was received was phenomenal today. And what happens now is when they go back to Iran, we will reconvene the course that we put together. We put together a course for them titled On Becoming Zoroastrian Entrepreneurs in Iran. Idil has helped with that. Mehran Sefri has helped with that. Behram has been talking about it. Karishma Koka has talked about it. My wife, Yashvara, has talked about it, and I have talked about it. So we are going to reconvene. And I was delighted to see that 2 people here came along and said, we're going to send you questions, and we want you to answer them. And we will work with them to make that happen, and then pass it on to people to go into implement to take it further. We want to reconceptualize the Zoroastrian faculty network and nail down in the context of the WZCC ecosystem the strategy, tactics, and activities and metrics for evaluation. The metrics are extremely important. And finally, we want to post the relevant strategy, tactics, activities, membership, organization metrics on the WZCC website. That is what we hope to achieve until March 31st. So with that, now I invite Rashna Jahanian to say the next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mistry. Good afternoon, members. And the thrust 2 is basically the youth to the fore, which is we're going to try and bring the youth to the foreground of WZCC. The strategy is basically to create value for every Zardhostri youth in their career and enterprise with tangible outcomes through networking, mentoring, industry exposure, job development, knowledge sharing, and business incubation. What we mean by this is basically when we talk about networking and mentoring, like I think Arzan suggested yesterday, we could have a mentorship network created wherein we're trying to match experienced professionals with young professionals, which could help them and provide them with valuable insights, as well as foster long-term professional relationships. With regards to webinars and workshops, which we could have them industry specific, which could again provide insights into the emerging trends, skill development, and entrepreneurship. We could bring in, we have, I think, an esteemed WZCC membership, so we could have entrepreneurs who could share their journeys with us so that we have lessons to learn from them with regards to how we could take our careers forward. knowledge sharing and business incubation. On that front, the endeavor would be to launch a business incubation program. The program would be not just specific to one vertical, but it would be like an ecosystem that we would try and create, in which we are ready to provide seed funding, mentorship, and access to a network of investors as well as industry experts to the Zoroastrian entrepreneurs who are looking to scale up their business. The tactics would be to empower every chapter youth director to understand their local youth demographical needs and work on different value creations streamed, which are aligned with our goals. Also to learn continuously from each other, keep our engagements going, try and make each other's programs more relatable, customize them as per our needs as well, try and stay relevant. Support creative ideas that are a balance between work and fun, because at the end of the day, we're looking at youth. And again, engage in interactive workshops and, of course, recognize the achievements that each one of us does get during the course of this particular endeavor. Activities to March 31st, 2024 would be to include the organizing of every, say, 60 or 90 days, whether it's digital or even in person, to inspire global youth to become aware of the current trends and therefore create value through these. The events would be to encompass, by encompassing, webinars, conferences, workshops, panel discussions, and networking sessions. Also, with the endeavor to sort of have transparency as well as accessibility to these events, what we're going to try and do is post each of these, the information pertaining to these activities on our website. So I think that would help us keep abreast with the, the events which are happening, as well as incorporate certain metrics like have surveys or feedback forms, which would also, we feel, encourage more participation from different members and engagement from the community as well. Also, lastly, we've already prepared a report which we presented before the WZCC Conclave. So this did cover the key aspects with regards to what all programs we held, the key pointers of those, and of course, right now, as we're presenting the strategy as well. So, yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. The women section, the women ladies wing, we've been having a strategy. The tagline for we, WZCC, we, is women entrepreneurs, but the tagline is women empowerment. Of course, that's the key word that we work with all the time. That is done through training, counseling, networking. Most importantly, because they are women, they have hobbies and passion, and what we do is work with them to turn their hobbies and passion into businesses and entrepreneurship. Yesterday, I already spoke to you about how 3 ladies turned their passion and became entrepreneurs, and now don't want to go back to the mainstream for that economic reasons, and that is real empowerment. That is what we feel. What we do is we work with we members in each chapter, and I have requested earlier also, and I do it once again, please make sure each chapter has at least 2 or 3 ladies on their committee so that they can have programs that are for the ladies and meet their needs. So each chapter, we expect them to promote activities related to ladies' requirement. We also are in talks with institutional education institutions, private universities like Jamnalal Bajaj, SP Jain, who have now recently come out with special certifications, special diplomas for women only. You don't have to go through, you don't have to go through complete 4-year course of hotel management and food requirements and things like that. They've condensed it and they give you a diploma within 2 years of how to start your business. What are the requirements? What are the licenses for homegrown food businesses and things like that. They are also working on it. They are developing it. We are in talks with them to see if we can sponsor, promote, push our ladies to go towards that so that they can get the professional treatment, and they don't have to rely on advices of somebody who's run the business from home for a long time and can give advice. So we're slowly kind of veering them from the mom and pop homegrown to becoming real professionals with their diplomas and things like that. We've also created Marketplace. One of our chapters has already had it. It's like selling your wares from home but online, so that people are aware of it, they can buy it, there's a direct deal with it, and there is a website for it, and I think the chapter is doing very well. They deal with this. So far, it is pan-India. We're not sure how we can get there globally, but we will try. The activities or the requests that I have for all the chapters around the globe is, as I said before, please make sure your core committee has 1 or 2 members, so that actually it should be 50%, but we'll go there slowly, 1 or 2 members, so that they can give their ideas, they can work towards it, they can tell the committee what is it that the women's section of their particular chapter needs. We also arrange for Zoom seminars for financial literacy. Very often we find, okay, you do accounts at home and you run your house, but then there's a different way of running a business, even if it is from home. So that kind of basic financial education, literacy, social media that is required, we organize that especially for their grassroots needs. We provide links and platforms to help women entrepreneurs and professionals, and especially retired women. We're trying, they are young, they may have retired at the age of 58 in India, but they have all the passion, all the vitality, all the knowledge. And just sitting at home looking after grandkids is not what they always enjoy. So they do want to come back to help out. Most of them turn to charities to do volunteer work, charity work, but they get some kind of satisfaction if they can earn something also. So we're trying to bring those professionals back. We have one-to-one mentoring on them. And post is also what I just said before. After today, we are going to follow these activities, spur it up. And as usual, we will prepare the report. The report was already handed. It's in the main WZCC annual report. We will be quarterly reporting. The core committee members, which comprises of most of the chapters around the world, do have a Zoom meeting every quarter at least, or every alternate month. But we are very active on WhatsApp, and we are there. We just work it along. Just one message from somebody, and the rest of the committee members jump in to help and try and make it. So that is all the WE Wing is doing right now.
Before I start, just one announcement which I forgot to make. The lovely Navjot book that all of you got in your goodie bags was made through the efforts of Fezana and Arzan. Arzan, thank you very much, and please convey my gratitude to Behram also and Fezana. Okay. I said this in London, and I'm saying it again. Members are the heartbeat of any organization. An organization, small or big, is nothing if members are not active. So we come to thrust area 4, chapter development and membership. I am the coordinator. Other members of this panel are Shehnaz Engineer, Pervin Talia Khan, Success Dastur, and Cyrus Patel. We have tried to get panelists from across various regions, and we'll keep adding a few members from unrepresented regions shortly. Our target is threefold. 1, increase the number of chapters, area region offices, regions across the world, and identify key persons in those new cities to drive the same in its fledgling state. See, what happens many times, we get a city, we try to develop it, we go there, we give a presentation, everyone is very gung-ho about it, and we come back and it all dies down because that 1 or 2 key drivers are not there after we leave to drive that post-meeting issue forward. So this is what we are trying to do. Number 2, increase the number of quality members of WZCC. I emphasize the word quality in all chapters and regions, focus on members' needs, get feedback from them, and make chapters more vibrant. I think yesterday's feedback session, where we ended, it was very late and everyone was very tired. The feedback I got was it was one of the best sessions of the day. So I was surprised by it when we actually thought about it. We didn't know, but it really turned out well. And yes, feedback is required not only from our directors to us, but from members to us. So please keep that coming. As far as new chapters are concerned, in India we've made a good start. We have 3 cities work in progress: Delhi, Hyderabad, and the third is not a city, it's a state. We started with thinking about Ahmedabad, but as we've got a small committee going in Gujarat, which is Ahmedabad and Baroda based, and they suggested, why Ahmedabad, Baroda? Go all the way to Vapi. So Vapi to Ahmedabad, we are trying to make it as a Gujarat chapter instead of just a city chapter. Something new, where there are not too many people, instead of having one city, you try and integrate them and make a chapter. So they will have meetings in different cities. It's a good concept and we are working on it very hard. We tried to do something in Indore, but Mr. Elavia says, I am the only one over there, so now he's become a member of the Pune chapter, but I'll keep badgering him till we get an ARO there. Third, we need to rationalize membership fees across regions, and current membership fees are far too low to sustain operations. We found that in India, I think it's the same abroad. In India, we have made a very big exercise. We did it by the number of members in each of our 3 big cities, Pune, Bombay, and Bangalore. And we came to a figure which represents the number of members that each chapter has. So there's no favoritism or anything. And we review it once a year. If membership has gone up, your fees will absolutely, and if the membership has gone down, you pay proportionately. It's working well so far, and I can't do this across other regions, but I request all chapter chairs and region heads to apply their minds and see so that we get some funds and some work can be done. I'm not reading this, but I'm going through the basic plans of this. Post-January, we plan to have cross-chapter meetings to try and get anyone on one page and with a common plan of action. I shall start this activity at chapters and region heads soon. I'm sorry I could not do this between July and January for obvious reasons. Yesterday, Captain Master spoke about updated membership cards. I think this is one of the key things that we have done, is to get membership details from across the globe and make membership cards which represent your region, your city, and it has a unique number. And that number, if you feed it in, you get access to parts of the website that other people do not get access to. If you want membership details, financial details, it's not open to anyone who just comes on the WZCC website and uses it. So this is a very good website, and you just enter your membership number and you open up information elsewhere. Yesterday, so many people said that we want to know if we go to New York, who's a good architect there. We know Arzan is there, but other people don't know. So similar like that. If someone types New York and architect, his name should pop up. That's the ultimate aim, right? I think that's what everyone wants. I must compliment Cyrus Bharucha for what he's done on this website. It's amazing. Thank you, Cyrus. And it was of great help to me. Any change I wanted on the Conclave program, I just made a red line from the old program, and in 5 minutes it was there. So it's really, what he's done is something amazing. Hats off to you. Someone said we have 1,000+ members across the globe. I don't think so. The numbers received from regions says it's 600 to 700+, but some regions have not given us numbers, so maybe. We discussed that we wanted to go further down the age group, and we are starting from 18. We've done 14 to 18, and the membership is free. For those 4 years, the youth are free to attend programs without any membership fee, see what WZCC has to offer, think what they can offer, and at the age of 18, they still have an option of a subsidized youth membership till 21. So we're trying to catch them one. Captain Master is now going one step further down and going to XYZ kids. So yes, there is a need to educate parents, as Adel has been saying for so many years, and we try to catch them younger and younger so that that entrepreneurial mindset is there. It's not only that entrepreneurial mindset. If you want to do a job initially, that's fine. We'll mentor you and train you and even try to get you a position in one. So it's not only about entrepreneurship. Even professionals at any level, from a graduate trainee to someone who is at a general manager level, someone can give, someone can take mentorship, and that is what we plan to do. I have always said that WZCC is a drop in the Zoroastrian Ocean. In the last few years, we have made giant strides, but still we are a drop. And if you want to spread out, we have to hook up, link up with other WZCC, with other Zoroastrian organizations. Okay, what people are saying that we'll have the conclave in Toronto, piggyback on the Fezana AGM, and similarly in other sites. Suppose there's a World Congress somewhere, you have the WZCC conclave there, you get more participation, you get people from outside who are not members of WZCC, and I think that's the aim. In Pune, we've had, and I repeatedly say this, great success in hooking up with the Pune Pasi Panchayat, the Zarsosti Seva Mandal, and so many other organizations. I look forward to the support of all chapter chairs and region heads to make this trust area powerful and successful. Only if members are happy and satisfied and involved will the organization grow to its full potential. Thank you so much. And thank you all for being here today for this conclave, and see you in the evening at Turf Club. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. One of the greatest strengths of the WZCC strategic plan is that it is flexible, adaptable, and dynamic. In the last couple of days, we received so much positive feedback on this particular subject that the slide which is here may not really be exhaustive, and we may have to add a few other things to it. But let me try and conceptually summarize this in a couple of minutes. For the funding and mentoring program of WZCC is one of the most concrete programs of WZCC with very possible, tangible outcomes. And both these aspects, funding and mentoring, go hand in hand. They cannot be segregated. And here, we have put in a fantastic system in place, which now, over a period of time, will start giving the results. As far as funding is concerned, you already heard that so far we have funded 17 applicants, out of which 6 have already repaid. Others are in the process of repayment, and so far I'm happy to announce that there is not a single defaulter, which in itself says a lot about our community. As far as mentoring is concerned, as I said, it goes hand in hand, and we have individuals who are experienced, who have stepped forward. Whenever an applicant comes for funding, it's not just his requirement of fund that is assessed, but his business plan is evaluated, what are the aspects which he can change, what is the feedback he gets, and many a times we have seen applicants coming with a business plan, have amended, incorporated that feedback, and then they have received the funding. So we have a number of individuals. Now you can just look at the room around you and the kind of experience each one of us has in our own individual profession or expertise, and what kind of benefit can flow to an applicant from the collective experience of this group. So that is another very important program which has been set up. We also have put in systems in place. For example, whenever there is a funding, all the documentation, including the legal documentation, everything is in place and it flows very, very fast once a decision is taken to go ahead and fund. Now, as far as the future is concerned, I would categorize in a very simple way is that the demand and the supply both need to be addressed. The demand means the demand for the funds from applicants, and the supply means sorting out our source of supply as far as raising these funds are concerned. So dealing with the supply aspect first. Raising funds is one of the most important aspects of the entire exercise. As Captain Master already highlighted, we've contacted and we have drawn up a list of a number of high net worth individuals who will be happy to contribute to the cause for the community. There are various other suggestions which also came up during our discussions in the conclave. For example, my discussions with Mr. Rohinton Rivetna, who suggested why not create a collective fund where even if individuals contribute a few thousand, it can pool together a sum which can be then put out in that sense in the system for the purpose of funding these applicants. We've heard of various other options. Mr. Malia was talking about creating a corporate structure separate from WZCC in that sense, but connected so that there are no regulatory hurdles, so that that aspect can also be evaluated. All these are discussion points which in that sense will form part of our journey in the next few months, where all these aspects will be discussed in much greater detail. Now, as far as the second aspect, which is the demand aspect, as far as the applicants are concerned, Mr. Sam Balsara rightly mentioned yesterday that we need to go to the grassroots. If you look at our colonies, our bags, where we have a number of people gathered together, how many know of WZCC? How many know of this program of WZCC? And this is where the role of the media comes in. The media, the general Parsi media, as well as social media. And therefore, in the coming few months, we are developing a media strategy where these aspects of the funding program, of the mentoring program, can be highlighted and brought together at the grassroots level. Another aspect to be highlighted for this demand part of it is to highlight the success stories of those who have benefited from our funding exercise. In fact, there are a couple who are currently attending our conclave. The one, Cyrus, who has really put up a good business in lab diamonds. So there are individuals who have benefited, and these success stories need to be highlighted in the public domain, that they become a source of inspiration for others to follow. So this is another aspect which can be, in that sense, put in place. As you can see, we are also putting in a system of feedback where donors will get a feedback of how the funds are being utilized. And what is very important, as Captain Master highlighted, is a coordination between various trust areas so that the objects can be achieved and put in place. Another discussion I was having with Captain Master is, in future, perhaps not, obviously not in the immediate future, but it is a long-term object, also to put in a system of not only funding startup entrepreneurs, but what is very important is to perhaps fund education as far as business education is concerned. We have so many talented youngsters in our community who may not have the resources and the funds to take that further. This is where a chamber of commerce like WZCC can also come in. Over the last couple of days, a lot of numbers have been thrown out, like 100 crores, someone said 10 crores. But let's not go by any particular number. Sometimes it could be baby steps, sometimes it will be giant leaps, but what is important is that we start walking and we take that first step with faith. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zarek. You said more than I was going to say, so I'll keep my part of it quite short. First thing is that people said we should think big. In fact, when we started this program, it was one of those items that we thought big and made it happen. So I think it's one of the success stories of thinking big. As far as some of the targets that we have, once again, I think based on our progress so far, these targets are too low. I've found that in the past when we've asked for monies for this, we would ask in increments of 5 lakhs or $5,000, and we would get 5 lakhs and $5,000. Now we are asking in increments of $50,000, and we are getting $50,000. So we have to change our mindset. And this target of 4 crores, I would say that by the time Percy leaves, we'd like to see that number at 8 crores and the ZF target at 1 million. So by 2027, that should be the target. So far for ZF, we've given 5 loans and 2 scholarships. And once again, there's a question mark of demand and supply. In our case, I think the monies are coming in faster than the applicants. Okay, so we have to increase the awareness. Behram Pistakia has some ideas, and he's going to lead our effort to increase the awareness of ZF. And one of his thoughts is to sort of give out televisions to all the Fazana organizations where they would have it said, donated by ZF, and every time they look at the TV, they'll get reminded that ZF exists. So that's one of the ideas. So that's really what I wanted to emphasize. As far as the March 31st objectives, they're pretty much already accomplished. So we are ahead of the game plan. As far as ZF goes, I'm very confident that we'll reach our 500,000 target by the end of the year. So as I said, now the effort is more on increasing the awareness and getting the applicants. So, and I think Viraf said the chapters or members are the heart of it. I would say maybe ZF are the legs, so we can run with it if we can with this program. So thank you very much. That's what.
Brace yourselves, I'm going to touch the mic. Oh, damn. Rikai, Shati, Ainai. Would you all agree? Okay, let me try another one. Mimi na take tombe wewe. Would you still all agree? Okay, does anyone here speak Japanese? Does anyone here speak Swahili? One person speaks Swahili. Please tell me, Rusi uncle, you really didn't understand what I just said there. Or did you? Oh, okay, thank God. Okay, thank God, because what I said was extremely rude. The point I'm making here, people, is that thrust 6 is, to my mind, probably the most important, given what we've just heard in terms of thrusts 1 to 5. Because thrust 1 to 5 will not happen unless we can communicate what we want to do in the way in which our audience needs us to be able to communicate. So, using a language and tools and channels that our audience use. I said to you a second ago a couple of phrases, and I had encoded those phrases in a particular language that sadly you don't understand, and therefore you weren't able to decode my messages. And if you're not able to decode my message, you're not able to action what I need you to action. Okay? That's, I guess, the philosophical stance. How does that work with thrust 6 in terms of communication and outreach? Well, the strategy is very much to create engagement and connections between WZCC members. We're not going to do that unless we are all speaking the same language. And I want to emphasize the point that I made yesterday, people, about talking to other potential members that we want to try and attract. I know over the last couple of days we've been talking a lot about the youth. right? Are we, and this is, we don't have to answer this right now, are we talking the same language that they understand and using the same channels that they use in order to get our message across? Are they able to decode what we need them to, what we believe we're encoding? And we want to do that to generate this vibrant, successful ecosystem and community worldwide. How are we going to do that? What are the tactics that we're going to use? Okay, so using the most effective global communication channels, using those content curators. But again, I will throw in there, and I'm going to keep at this. Are we the right content curators? Just putting it out there. How do we source? Are we sourcing and communicating these bite-sized chunks of content, using the most engaging and insightful content from our members and externally? And we want to use social media, the channel of the day, whether it be Insta, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, whatever. So Persis Sethna, who's spearheading this thrust, along with other colleagues, of course, in terms of the number of or the type of activities that they would like us to do collectively. Of course, there's the newly revamped website, and the target really is to try and have, at a minimum, perhaps, of 3 posts per month, 20 articles per quarter in the newsletter. We've got the various social media there, but again, I would give a word of caution, perhaps, in terms of the types of messages that we use. One message, may not be able to be transposed across every single media, even in social media. What's applicable on Facebook isn't right for Insta, isn't right for LinkedIn. So we need to be cognizant of that. The newsletter, in its new shape and new format, seems to be a hit, I think. Is that the general consensus here, people? You're all enjoying it, basically. Bite-sized content, a quick read. Apparently you can get through it in about 9 minutes, if needed, basically. So a quick scan, but gives you, quick bite-sized bits of information. Look, the rest of it is kind of, you can reread it. I think that last point, though, is also an interesting one. It's not just about hitting the like button or hitting the or leaving a comment. I think the key here is to really engage with the conversation. So even if it's a conversation that's not in your cognate area, as long as you're engaging with the conversation with the Zoroastrian community globally, and then you're sharing or retweeting or reposting that content so that others may be able to share, that's how that message will actually start to spread. Okay, so we can all do that, as a community. We can repost each other's posts and engage in that online conversation. And that's the only way we're going to get that target 20% increase quarterly. So look, that's the communication and outreach thrust. I've made my point about the encoding and decoding. So hopefully that makes sense to everyone here and further afield. Thank you.
Can you press the button and see if the video comes on? There's a link, video link. I'm sorry, Karishma cannot be here. She has recorded her video, but it doesn't see that. I'm sorry? Even a black screen didn't open. Yeah, so it's the old one that's there. Okay. So let me try and summarize what she would have said. The idea here is to pull together what everybody has said out here. To move forward, we need harmony. at the middle, you will see that there's WZCC logo with integrity and industry. That's what we're looking at, integrity and industry. How are we going to do that? We're going to do that to support the creation of intellectual, economic, and social value. Intellectual, economic, and social value. And to maximize the nexus between the three. Maximize the nexus. What does that mean? We don't work individually, we work together to do more than what just the economic people can do, the social people can do, and the intellectual people can do. And how will we do that? We will do that in keeping with the WZCC logo in the middle through integrity and industry. That's the thing. Now, to make that happen, the first thing we need to do is to deal with knowledge and skill building. Knowledge and skill building. What is that tied to? That ties to the notion of good thoughts. That ties to the notion of strategy and tactics. So what is the knowledge and skill building that enhances our ability to think good thoughts so that we can say good words to do good deeds? What is the knowledge and skill building so that we are able to lay the foundation not just for the youth, not just for the women, not just for the entrepreneurs who make money, but for the community, taking into account that we need to take care of the environment, which is very much a Zoroastrian idea, taking care of the ecosystem that we are dealing with. So that's the first thing. The second part is, now that we've got this knowledge, we've understood where we are coming from. What does entrepreneurship mean? It means different things to different people. What does entrepreneurship mean in the context of the WZCC? And then the third part is, what does entrepreneurship mean in the context of the Zoroastrian enterprise? These three things we need to discuss so that we all get onto the same page. Why? Because as Behram likes to say, is that we the World Zoroastrian Chamber of Commerce. So we need to bring out this notion of World Zoroastrian in knowledge. Now, what is needed for that? We need to be able to transform that knowledge into action. We need to be able to transform that knowledge into action. Why? To promote people, planet, and prosperity. Now, you've transformed that, and you've heard Viraf talk about chapters. You've heard Idil and Zarek talk about raising funds for entrepreneurs. That goes into that domain. What is very important, and I was very pleased with what Zubin Setna said, that we have to communicate. But that communication has to be at a level that others understand. It is not doing the same old thing, looking in the rearview mirror and saying, hey, we did that, but the youth haven't come. It is just not that. We have to think about a future, and in the context of that future, say, how do we communicate? How do we bring people together? Giving a lecture to the youth and saying, aha, come along, great things happen, doesn't work. You have to work with people. You have to build trust between the older generation and the younger generation. Why? Because that's harmony. That's family building. It is not the idea of saying, do what you want, but it's the idea of saying, we are a community, let's grow together so that we are able to benefit from each other. Given that that's the picture that we're looking at, so you will see out there, share to build harmony, prosperity, and progress. We are sharing to gain. We are not teaming to win. We are sharing to gain. And in addition to industry and integrity, we are looking at harmony, prosperity, and progress. Now, where is that tied in? That's tied into the Aunavar prayer, the Yathavarya prayer. In the Yathavarya prayer, it's the idea of the good mind. It's the idea of good action. And it's the idea of sharing. We are told in the Yathavarya prayer that each of us, we are told in the Yathavarya prayer that we must share what we have. We are told in our religion that each of us has been given a gift. Some to talk like me, others like Idil to raise money. Percy has the gift of bringing people together and listening to people and not getting irritated. Beros has the gift of saying, aha, I want to do something for women who have retired early, to give them another life. Viraf has the gift to say, I have this passion to build this community. How do we share that so that we can share to gain? Rashna Jihanian has this passion to talk to the youth, to make things happen. So we take the passions of people, pull them together, share harmony, prosperity, progress, and it ties to the Anuvar prayer. Starts with a good mind, deals with a good action. And then all these actions, these beautiful actions that people have put together, come together so that we share to make progress. That is the message that Karishma would like you to have. And now it's Percy.
So I think we have bored you enough. Now I think we should conclude and relax a little bit. You wanted to say something? Yeah, okay.
You finish your thing.
Sure. So, you know, one thing which has come out of this discussion today, you know what it is? Teamwork. You know, everybody is so passionate to see that WZCC succeeds. And in fact, this entire strategic plan is not one person's doing. It is a team effort. And everybody who was involved in it, I want to thank them for their ideas, for their emotions, and for the good things that they did with this strategic plan. So I think everybody deserves it. It is also very important to note that as far as the youth is concerned, you know, this time we have gone around, there was always a complaint that we are telling youth to do this and youth to do that, and that is why we are not aligning with them. But now I think that is not true. Because what we have done this time is that we invited youth from each chapter to form a team. And then we asked them questions so that they can answer their commitment towards youth, what they want to do, what needs to be done. And then I, Jehan, and I think it was Rashna, Sanjana, we selected the person who was best suited for this International Youth Director. And that's how Rashna Jihani was selected, because of her passion to see that youth does well. So now what we have done is we have already formed a network, and now we are not going to interfere. Now this whole, all the youth from each chapter will interact with Rashna, they will discuss with themselves, they will do what they want to do, so they can do all individual programs, any help that they require we will give them, and we are sure that youth will now come forward in a very different format in the years to come. So I wish you all the best on that count. So now, having said that, the strategic plan and the associated ecosystem has been presented to you. Our success will depend on how we implement it in a sustained and inclusive manner. Accordingly, I invite trust coordinators, chapter chairs, and members to work as a team to see that the purpose of WZCC is met through the exercise of strategies, tactics, activities on a quarterly basis. So that is why we have formed a system whereby strategic plan is not going to remain on paper. We are going to see that it is implemented, we'll be monitoring it, and there is a layer, various layers of implementation, and I'm sure that we will achieve our targets. I look forward to working with Team WZCC to provide an opportunity for entrepreneurially, professionally minded Zartustis who seek to create intellectual, economic, and social value beyond resources controlled and maximize the nexus between the three values for sustainable development for the good of Zartusti and other communities. The future belongs to our youth. There can be no argument on that. You know, we keep on saying that everybody can be an entrepreneur. Yes, even at the age of 60, you can be an entrepreneur. But the future belongs to youth. If we don't understand that part of it, then we'll miss the bus. We have to make sure that parents and grandparents encourage the children and keep on brainwashing them what has been achieved by our forefathers, what they can do to maintain that status, maintain the principles of our religion, so that is our success point. I mean, everybody knows that. And even person who was from outside our community said the same thing. If it is a Parsi-owned car, you will get better price. So if it is a Parsi-owned enterprise, you are going to do much better. So take advantage of that. Take advantage of that very principle which our forefathers have left us with. They have left us with, I would say that I don't care about the money they left behind. I don't care about the institutions they left behind. But they left behind a name for Zartusti community which will last for eternally. I'm sure it will do that. So the presentation is an example of what can be achieved if we work together to create an opportunity for entrepreneurially and professionally minded Zartustis who seek to do good for the Zartusti and other communities. So in the end, I would like to say, together we can and we will. Where there is a will, there is always a way. Atha zamyat yatha afrinami. Thus may it come as I wish. So we have now left and set goals up to the March 31st, 2024. I hope that we can achieve it. And when we meet again, we'll be in a better frame of mind to tell you that we have done all these sort of things, what we did in 2023, we are going to surpass it in 2024. Thank you.
So now we've come to the end of the presentations, and we're going to have a dialogue. I would like to start by people making statements. Making statements. Saying, this is what I've seen, this is what I like, why don't you think of that? Yesterday's session was phenomenal, where the people from the floor talked and the WZCC leadership listened. I would like to follow that in saying, guess what? You talk, we'll listen, take notes, and then invite people to respond to it. So at this stage, rather than you ask a question, I answer, or you ask a question, somebody answer, tell us what you're taking away from this presentation and how we can improve it. How we can improve it going forward, not looking backwards, not saying this happened, that happened, or hey, we can't do this, we can't do that. Tell us how we can. So with that, since you've been putting your hand up so many times, please stand up, say your name, I'll take your name down, and make your statement. If you'd like, please come here. Would you like to come here? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to make suggestions on what to do to get to our objective. The first suggestion is that if you want to increase the membership, number of members in WZCC, there are two things that we have to remember. First is when you talk to people to join WZCC, they will ask, what value will I get? So we have to be ready to answer that question. one of the ways of giving value to people is to get professionals, experts in their own field, like, for instance, lawyers. And no, no, this is related to what I'm saying. Please understand, I'm not taking it wrong. Why do you get lawyers or professionals into WZCC? You can do this next. You have a meeting, call 3 or 4 professionals, say lawyers, and then send a circular to members that this is an opportunity for you to come and tell them what problems you are having in this field. And that is a value that members will get. So this is one way of giving value to members. This is a suggestion. The second point is, that's the next one. You want me to stop? I'll stop. The second point is that when you want chapters to do some work, you have to tell them what the basic objective is that we want chapters to do. And if you want them to succeed, you have to ask them, what is your action plan and what is your schedule to achieving this result? Give it to us, so that the top man in that committee or who's responsible for results, he can then share all this knowledge with different chapters with everyone, and they can then decide what is the action plan, best action plan to get results. These are the 2 things I wanted to mention. Sorry?
So both suggestions have been taken into account. The question on value is the following. It's the wrong question. What the WZCC mission says is that we provide an opportunity for anybody who wishes to create intellectual, economic, and social value to be part of us. It's not what you can get out of it. It's what you want to put into it. So we're looking for people who wish to put in instead of take out. 1 second. The second thing is that, yes, the coordinating committee has been set up in the structure. Yes, the trust leaders know what they're going to be doing. The coordinating committee will deal with the trust leaders to make things happen. So both of them, sir, have been taken care of. Who else would like to come up here and say a few things? Viraf has told me that I have 5 more minutes, okay? Okay, all right, give them the mic. 5 minutes. 1 minute for you. 1 minute for each person. Okay, so here's the story. 1 minute here, 1 minute. 1 minute for the lady there. Okay, half a minute. Who else is here?
This is in connection with the want or desire to fund higher education by this organization. And I would just like to comment, there are various trusts which are doing that. So we can partner with those trusts and form one particular way. Plus, a lot of people are going overseas for studies. So if there is a shortfall in funding from India, probably the US can supplement that funding.
Thank you. Yes.
Normally you have a feedback form. So if there was a feedback form here, we could all write what we could do. You said WZCC team. We are a part of the team. So I've been writing little notes to Viraf. I can help you with the 14 to 18.
Can we, after the conference, can we send out a form so people can...
Okay, what? We can all contribute. Okay. Thank you. 26.
2 more people. We've got 2 minutes. Yes. Gentleman at the back.
I can do that by a monthly email to members summarizing worldwide by city WZCC activities. North America, Chicago, North America, New York, India, Pune, India, Bombay, like that.
So we're ready to back up. You are having a monthly email.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
If nothing else, Percy?
I'd like to actually say something. Not a question. More of a look forward to. So I'm Beenaz, as you all know, and I promise to only take 10 seconds. I, as the youth, only look forward to one thing when considers WZCC, It's more towards finding out newer ways and getting more of the youth involved. Because I, as the youth, appreciate what WZCC does for our community, but we lack in that way only. So I want to work towards finding out new ways and being more involved in the youth activities like I am just now, but even more, so that we can get more of the youth involved, not only in India, but everywhere in the world. Thank you.
Your question I already answered, that now we have got a global youth committee. Rashna is in charge. Interact with her and do any program that you want. We are not going to interfere. So you have the liberty to do whatever you want. So I think thank you very much, everybody, for your participation. Have a good evening. Thank you very much.
5:30 downstairs for those who are coming by bus. Those who are leaving by car, leave by 5:45 from here.
Vira?